Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is this working? Are we live? You are live? He lives? Hey! Welcome in. Nice to see all you guys again. Prof no longer 1 hour late. Yeah, I broke the streak of having to push back the streams by 1 hour every week. I don't know if you can hear it, but I think I may be coming down with something. But we'll see over the next few days if that proves true or not. He started his schedule. He started on scheduled time. He hates us. Hello, Michael. He's on time. Yes, I'm breaking the streak. I'm breaking the streak. Niana's having her concert. Oh yeah, no, I saw. I plan to watch that after I'm done with this stream. Morning, Kyotsuyoi. Morning, Zodikun. Hell yeah, sounding stream. What did he mean by this? Voice does sound a little deeper? Yeah. That's probably why. It's time to push your Oshi. Indeed, it is. I'm going to be doing so much shilling today. Well, not quite. I'm not being paid or anything. The best kind of shilling is free after all. It's going to be raining spears today. Coming down with a little Twitch spade headache. Kind of. You know, speaking of Twitch, Twitch has really been doing everything in their power to make it as easy as possible to crucify them on this 6-month patch notes review. It's insane. That platform, mark my words, is going to be... Well, I mean, I'm not the only one saying this. I'm far from the first person to say this, but... That platform is going to sink itself purely in the interests of protecting one streamer. That whole platform is going to be sunk because they just couldn't ban Hassan. It's crazy. It's actually insane. I get sick like once a year. The amount of times I've heard you saying you're coming down with something is absolutely baffling. Unfortunately, not all of us are created equal when it comes to our immune systems. I happen to have one of the shoddier ones, so to speak. Part of why I suspect it's part of why I occupy a spot in this industry. Pretty funny how Oshi Push remembers the vomit drawer to make it a card. I now want to see what Jelly has. So far, they only have the members of Origins, but they are planning on having more expansions. I'm crossing my fingers that at some point in the future, they might add something Invaders related. Master Ed, thank you for the 5. Happy 4th, Chairman. Oh yeah, happy 4th of July to all of my US bros. What a week, such as your arch enemy Jono getting into concern trolling about Saba. Yeah, I saw. But yeah, I think. Well, let's see if the new Vice imposed restrictions on writing hit pieces holds firm or not. Selling out. Not yet. That's for a future stream. What a stacked day today. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's been going on recently. What did Hassan do? Doxed a viewer while waving around an airsoft gun that had been modified to look like a real one on stream as a threat. So, as you can probably imagine, there are a lot of people asking why he hasn't been banned for that yet. A pretty understandable question to have, but we'll see if Twitch ends up doing a 23-hour ban again at the end of the week or not. But yeah. There has to be a Hassan statue outside of Dan Clancy's home. See, that's the more time goes on, the more I have to question just how much of a meme it is that Hassan has blackmail material on Dan Clancy or something. Because frankly, the degree to which Twitch has essentially hung its own reputation out to dry just to give him cover it boggles the mind. It doesn't make any sense business-wise. He's big, make no mistake. He is a very big creator on the platform. But he is not that big. He's not, if he leaves, the whole platform dies big. Quite the opposite, I suspect. Which is why it's so strange to watch. Curious, thank you for the hype sticker. I don't even know what that's called. I guess it's just a sticker. I haven't seen people use that function a lot. But thank you for the 5. It was a day, man. Yeah, I'd say a scandal so bad it'd make Einstein rise from his grave to want to participate. Maybe. Dan Clancy reportedly spotted underneath Hamas Spiker's table. Honestly, that would be one of the least surprising things to come out about the way that Twitch is run. He's as big as his head. Well, that depends. How do you mean that? If you're talking about his proverbial head, then sure. If you're talking about his actual head, well, especially when you compare it with the rest of his proportions, not quite. I wouldn't say so. I do wonder how far Twitch is going to push it, though. Surely there has to be a limit somewhere. Surely there has to be enough times where he comes within a hair's breadth of irrevocably breaking TOS to the point where they can no longer afford to ignore it, or no longer afford to just give him slaps on the wrist. But it's insane. It's called the super sticker on the donation menu. Ah, okay, I see. I've never used that feature. Twitch, I've been summoned. Yeah. What's Bay gets banned on Sunday for 24 hours? That's what I'm thinking too. There have been cases where streamers have been banned permanently off of Twitch for less. So frankly speaking, it should be way more than just a 24-hour ban. But in any case, hold on, let me switch over to the slides. Actually, I can't wait for you guys to see this. Noxon was kind enough to make a new Fugi for me, specifically to be used for this stream. Hold on, let me. There we go. It looks so good. It looks so good. Good work, Noxon. Good work. You really cooked with this one. It's it looks so perfect. Oh, give that man an exclamation mark. Amen. They let a girl get railed live. Yeah. Have sex on stream and you only get a 1-week ban. So, not exactly very fair-handed punishment. Is there any way? Saba debut in Folk Devil status thoughts? I think Saba will be fine. Her sheer popularity will keep that at bay, I'm pretty sure. There's no one who's raising a fuss about her design or, the audience that she's garnering, besides just the usual tourists. Again, I want to actually, hold on. I want to specify, by the way, if you don't like lolly content, or if you are uncomfortable with, the idea of content aimed at lolly cons, or even the flip side, Shotas and Shotacons, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to be a lolicon in order to like or support Saba. But if you're going to get up in arms and go, oh, why is she pandering to the lolicons? I can't believe that the lolly VTuber would whoa post. I'm going to be honest, that's pretty much just being filtered. That's just you being filtered. They try, but their efforts are even more insignificant and pathetic this time due to her sheer popularity. Yeah. Imagine 3-timing a gold YouTube play button. That's insane. I mean, I'm shocked that the person who coined the phrase, "What, are you scared of a 4-letter word?" is making content for lolicons. Even if it's only like the occasional bit that's sprinkled here and there. It's not like all of her streams are, you know, whoa posting and nothing else, right? It's so funny how some of the tourists had Gura profile pictures. Yeah, I did notice that as well. It was very funny to see some of the people who were, you know, really going through it. Oh, how could she do this? This is so out of character. What? In my lolly VTuber? But yeah, it's it was certainly a sight to see on Twitter. I'm sure it was worse on Blue Sky, but I don't use that platform, so I'm going to be going off of reports for that one. So will be fine, even so I think she will be a curtain call to all the holo girls to really consider if they don't like it. I think that happened a long time ago, to be completely honest. It's been known for a while that if, especially among the old guards at Hololive, if they're no longer feeling it, then they do have the option of leaving. So that's, I don't think this has broken new ground in that regard, but I can see what you mean. I don't like lollies, but I've defended those who like it when they are accused of being a PDF. Yeah, and I think it's important to keep that line maintained between fiction and reality, and also just in the interests of, how do I say this? I can't help but notice that every single time someone has come in and made a big hue and cry about the necessity of removing lollies from the industry, or how problematic lollies are, etc., etc., an alarming number of those individuals then end up either being exposed for possessing actual child abuse material, or are people who have attempted to groom or fraternize with real children online. It is a pattern that is, at this point, quite well established among not only the anime space, but also the VTubing space. So, yeah. Reset the clock meme. Yeah. It's no longer a pattern, it's basically a rule. Yeah, kind of. Again, very, very odd. Lollies are natural CP detectors. Yeah, it's gone to the point where I am starting to believe that might genuinely be the case. Again, you can not like lolly content. I'm not a big fan of it myself. But at the same time, it's fiction, right? And maintaining that line between fiction and reality, I don't know. I feel like that's one of the filters, I suppose, that keeps tourists out of this space. Whoa, I saw pandering to lolicons. Sticky rap needs correction. Sometimes the people defining the line don't get hurt. I defend some lollies, but there is a line that does get crossed. That's fair enough, and that's mostly a separate conversation to the one that most people have been having about Saba, to be fair. Hello, Akorek. Welcome to the stream. Okay, guys, I've been yapping for about 20 minutes now. Alright. Might as well get into the main topic of the stream. So, For those of you who have watched some of the prior streams that I've done on TCGs, or actually the one prior stream that I did on TCGs when I was talking about V-Card and its shortcomings, this should be retreading a lot of retreading a lot of ground that we've already covered before. However, when it comes to explaining why Oshi Push ended up grabbing me the way that it did, it's impossible to separate that from why I became disillusioned with the TCGs that I was already playing. The main one being Magic the Gathering, MTG. So, when it comes to actually, I was trying to figure out how to explain this, and how to basically break down the idea of how I stopped finding Magic fun and what I was looking for in a new TCG to pick up. But the best way I can think to break it down is when I'm looking at, what makes a TCG fun. This is not unique to me, by the way. This is just my attempt at articulating it. When it comes to identifying what makes a TCG fun to me, you can mostly break it down to a split between two things. Agency, which is the feeling that your choices and actions can impact the game state. So, when you actually start playing a game, do you have access to a whole bunch of choices and actions that you feel can actually change the outcome of the game, move it in one direction or another? And the second thing is flavor. Is there a sense of thematic consistency between the design, meaning the mechanics and the aesthetics of the game, and the narrative of the game, the lore and world building elements? Does the game have a strong thematic core? Does it have lore and world building that would sustain your interest? And is that lore and world building reflected in the way that the game actually works and the way that the game actually looks? And when it comes to Magic, slowly but surely over the years that I've been playing it, it feels like both of these elements of the game have been slowly chipped away at. Scarlet McLaurin, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. Holy shit. Time flies, boss. It does indeed. It does indeed. But thank you for sticking around for so long. Growing up, I spent about $300 worth of MTG cards, only played about 10 times because no one to play with. Yeah, I mean, Magic was kind of, well, I could understand if it was like kind of niche a few decades ago. But now, well, people who've watched my prior streams will be very familiar with this complaint, but now it's kind of been normified. But to explain a bit more as to how it slowly eroded, at least in my eyes, as a TCG, well, my go-to TCG to, have fun with, we need to start by looking at the mechanics, just a brief refresher of how Magic actually works as a game, right? So when it comes to agency in Magic, one of the biggest problems that Magic always had was the basic way in which the gameplay unfolded. Mainly the way that it approached a resource system, right? The resource that you need in order to actually play cards and thus play the game. Essentially, in Magic, when it comes to actually getting to do stuff, there are two main resources that you end up drawing from. One is your deck, when the cards that you actually get to play. Every time you start a game of Magic, you have a deck of at least 60 cards. You start the game with a hand of 7 cards, your maximum hand size is 7, and you draw 1 card at the start of each turn as part of the regular turn cycle. Now, these cards would usually be comprised of 2 different types: land cards and spell cards. Land cards were cards that generated the other in-game resource that you needed in order to actually, play the game, which was mana. Mana was a resource that was required to cast spells. It's generated by land cards, which are a part of your deck. But the problem is, with mana, is that the way that you get it, land cards, you have to draw these cards from your deck just like any other card, which means that if you are unlucky enough, what could happen is you just simply don't draw the cards that you need in order to play other cards and thus play the game. And the thing is, on top of that, you also have a restriction where usually you can only play one land card per turn. So let's say that you go one turn without drawing a land card to play. So you miss out on one turn of building up your in-game resource. If over the course of the next turn you end up drawing multiple cards, right, and you end up drawing 2 land cards per se, you can still only play one of them. So you are permanently behind schedule when it comes to building up your ability to play more cards. So already, Magic has a little bit of an inbuilt issue when it comes to player agency because of the way that its main resource system works. It's not consistent in how it's generated, and therefore, depending on how unlucky you are, you can be completely locked out of being able to play the game in the same way as your opponent is, simply because of bad draws. But it's not just that, because if it was building up a resource in order to play cards, that would be one thing. However, with Magic, the way that they built up their mana system is that you don't just have one resource that you can use to play any card in the game. Magic splits up its mana into 5 different colors. 5 different colors that correspond with all of the cards as well. Which means that there are going to be some cards that you can only play if you have access to, let's say, green mana. Some cards that you can only play if you have access to red mana. And so on and so forth for white, blue, and black as well. Now, when it comes to deck building with this in mind, usually one of the ways that you can get around this problem of not all cards being playable with all types of mana is you can make your deck mono-colored. Basically, every single card in your deck only requires one color of mana in order to play, which makes it a lot easier to assemble a mana base, a collection of land cards that you place into the deck that allows you to, actually generate that in-game resource and thus play your cards. However, while this does have the advantage of increasing the consistency of your deck, because every land card that you draw can be used to play any spell in the deck, that also has the disadvantage of lowering the card selection available to you during deck building. Because yes, every spell can be played using only one type of land, but you don't have access to a wider range of playable cards and playable effects. And each of these colors has a different playstyle or a different has different strengths and weaknesses when it comes to what they enable you to do during a game. Green is generally really good at creating big creatures that you can use to attack your opponent. Red is very good at generating ways of damaging your opponent directly without having to use creatures. White is good for things like life gain, things like protecting your own face from being attacked. Blue is generally good for stopping your opponent from doing anything. And black is good for killing anything. However, again, you generally want at least 2 out of these 5 functions in any one deck. So if you restrict yourself to only one color, it makes it a little bit more difficult for you to execute or to adapt your game plan depending on the different matchups that you're going to be facing. So one of the ways in which people can approach this, the alternative approach towards deck building, is multicolored deck building, where you dip into multiple colors, multiple lands, multiple mana resources, and therefore a wider selection of cards. You gain access to different or a wider variety of different effects that you can include into your deck. Let's say, for example, that you choose to go with a black and blue build, or a black and blue deck. This is usually a deck that is going to give you both the ability to stop your opponent from, doing anything, saying yes or no, giving them permission to cast a spell, whatever, while also being good at removing things that they do end up playing. So the advantage of this, obviously, is that it increases your card selection, right? You have more colors, therefore access to more effects via more cards. However, what this also does is it decreases the consistency of your deck once you're actually in the game. Because what that means is, now that you're splitting up your mana base between two different colors, not every land will be able to help you play any given spell in your deck. Now, given this, some of you might wonder, okay, but why would you even bother to do this if you just have one game plan and you don't really need, a big bevy of strategies all crammed into the same deck? Well, the way that Magic has balanced its game, usually when it comes to printing cards that are split across different colors tend to be more powerful than cards that only have one color restriction. Take, for example, these two cards. Mind Sculpt, a 2 mana blue spell that states target opponent puts the top 7 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Basically, what this card does is attempts to make your opponent lose the game by reducing the amount of cards that they have available to draw from their deck. And it takes away the top 7 cards of their library. Compare that with Glimpse the Unthinkable, which you can cast for 1 blue and 1 black, that states target player puts the top 10 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Now, they have the same cost, they have a similar effect, but Glimpse the Unthinkable adds in a black mana into the mana cost in order to make the effect stronger, but also more flexible. Mind Sculpt only it only removes 7 cards off the top of the deck, and it can only be used to target your opponent. But Glimpse the Unthinkable allows you to target any player, including yourself, and it takes away the top 10 cards instead. Now, the reason why this is important, the reason why it's important to be able to target yourself, is in Magic there are some strategies that involve you basically putting cards into your own graveyard, your own discard pile, so that you can use them to play other cards later on, or so you can enhance other effects or play other cards, etc, etc, etc. So, for the added flexibility and the added power, the cost becomes more specific. The color requirements becomes more specific. So, again, when it comes to Magic, yes, they have this sort of balancing game between versatility and strength of effects versus the specificity of the colors that you need in order to, the resources you need in order to actually play them. But this is only one of the sources in which, one of the reasons why Magic has an inbuilt, I suppose, for want of a better way of putting it, an inbuilt agency problem. Because in order to actually get the benefit of playing all these cards, being able to essentially use all of these effects, you are going to have to go through the frustration of gathering the resources you need by drawing them from your deck, which will then subject you to the chance that you just don't draw the right cards at the right time, and you end up losing the game without ever really getting to do anything. However, a second problem when it comes to, the second facet, I suppose, of the agency problem in Magic stems not from just the resources you need in order to actually play the game, but the cards, not just the land cards, but the actual spells, the cards that you're playing in order to advance your game plan, or the cards that your opponent is playing in order to advance their game plan. Yeah, you must gather the magic. Yeah, that's part of the issue, right? So, I mentioned 2 of the main resources that you use in order to play the game, which is, your cards in your deck and the mana that you end up, creating from your land cards, etc, etc. But the other resource, and the main one that the game uses in order to define, the main resource that defines whether you lose or win, in most cases, is your life total. In Magic, every player starts with 20 life. When your life total goes to 0, generally speaking, you lose. So, in most games, the objective is to reduce your opponent's life total down to 0 before you end up getting yours reduced down to 0 as well. And so, when it comes to defending your own life total, when it comes to protecting this resource, right, saving yourself from losing via 0, via getting your life total reduced down to 0, there are generally 2 ways that you can approach doing that. Don't worry if you can't. If my Fugi's blocking it, don't worry, because I'm going to be reading it out anyways. There are 2 main ways that you go about defending your life total in Magic. The first method is interaction, which is your ability to respond to what your opponent is doing. Do they have a creature on the board that can hit you in the face? Well, do you have anything in your hand that can deal with it by sending it to your discard pile or whatever? The second way that you defend it is information, your ability to anticipate what your opponent might do. So, if you have both of these, generally speaking, you are in a good position in order to defend your life total. But if you don't have both of these, or if you only have one or the other, you have a rather imperfect defense. And to give you an example of what I mean by interaction and information, when it comes to Magic, there have been a few cards that they've printed that are, good examples of either, but the most characteristic examples of interaction would be a card like Lightning Bolt. For 1 red, you can deal 3 damage to any target. Now, what this means is you can either choose to zap your opponent in the face, which reduces their life total by 3, or you can choose to zap a creature that they have on the board that is threatening your life total. So you get to interact with something that your opponent is doing. On the flip side, when it comes to information, your ability to anticipate what your opponent might do, you have a card like Gitaxian Probe. For 1 blue, you get to look at target player's hand, and then you draw a card. Now, this doesn't by itself allow you to do anything about your opponent's cards or your opponent's game plan, but it does allow you to see what that game plan might be. And possessing information is half the battle in Magic. If you know what your opponent is trying to do, you can play around that. The flip side is also true, because when it comes to your opponent's assessment of your game plan, when it comes to your opponent's ability to respond to what you're doing and stop you from winning the game, that is also gated by how much information they have on you. However, when it comes to interaction and information, there are also cards in Magic that are an amalgamation of these 2. One of the most annoying cards that fall under this category being Thoughtseize. For 1 black mana, you get to make a player reveal his or her hand. You choose a non-land card from it, and that player then discards that card before you lose 1 life. This combines both interaction and information, because not only do you get perfect information on what they're holding in their hand, and therefore a good guess at what their game plan is, what their strategy is going to be going forward, but you also get to preemptively force them to ditch one of the cards that they were holding in their hand. So you basically save yourself having to deal with the problem of something actually being played later on. Now, you can probably imagine why this feels bad to play against. Because in a game like Magic, where if you... the Duelist Armchair Avatar art is quite fantastic. I think so too. Noxon really cooked with this one. So, as you can probably imagine, right, in a game like Magic, if you are the player that doesn't go first, right? Essentially, if your opponent goes first, they have a land card in hand, They play that land card, they use it to play Thoughtseize. What that means is you basically have no ability to respond to it, because you don't have access to any mana yourself since you are going second in the game. And generally speaking, this is, technically, yeah, Eddie, this is kind of fair of an effect. You trade one card for another card. It's a 1-for-1. But at the same time, it feels awful. And the thing is, this isn't the only iteration of a card that has this kind of effect, because over time, what Magic has done is gradually power crept all of its effects to the point where now they are, well, the versions of these same effects that we have currently in the game are infinitely worse to play against. Case in point, a very simple, albeit unfun effect like Thoughtseize has now, which was printed way back in 2007, fast forward about a decade and a half later to 2021, and you have a card called Grief. For 4 mana, you get a creature card with Menace, which is basically a keyword that means that when it is attacking, this creature can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures, right? So, in other words, when it comes to combat in Magic, right? You send your creatures out to hit your opponent in the face. They have the option of using whatever creatures they have on the board to block that creature. Menace is basically an effect that gives your creature some form of evasion, so that they are more difficult to block, and therefore it's easier to get through some damage to your opponent's face. However, when this card enters the battlefield, basically when it enters play, right? Then you have the same effect as Thoughtseize, right? Target opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, that player discards that card. Now, on its own, 3-2, that's not a very intimidating stat line. 4 mana, which means that on paper, this card should be coming down on turn 4. Oh shit, it was 2007, 17 years ago. That's a wild thing to think about. Damn. But in any case, when it comes to, just looking at Grief as a card, it might not look that bad, because yes, it's annoying that you have the same effect but now tacked onto a creature, so now technically you have to spend at least 2 cards to get rid of this, since you lose 1 card to its, when it enters the battlefield effect, to its discard effect, and then you have to spend another card to actually remove it from play. But that's not the worst of it. Right at the bottom, it has an effect that says Evoke, exile a black card from your hand. Now, in Magic, Evoke is a keyword that means that for an alternate cost, you can put it into play at the cost of it, well, with the side effect of that card not being able to stick to the board after you play it. Which basically means you cast it for its Evoke cost, it enters play, and then after all of the effects that are associated with playing it end up resolving, you instantly put it into your discard pile. What that means is, for the cost of exiling another black card from your hand, you can effectively play this card on turn 1. Now, again, it doesn't feel great, but it's still kind of fair, because, you basically require, yes, it's free, yes, you play it for 0 mana, basically, if you cast it for its Evoke cost, but you have to spend 2 cards in exchange for 1 card from your opponent, right? You need to exile a black card from your hand, another black card from your hand, in addition to putting this into your discard pile by the end of turn. And in exchange for that, you get your opponent to discard 1 card of your choice. Sounds pretty fair. Except for the way that Magic works, which is that its effects don't all resolve at once. The way that effects work in Magic is that they have individual triggers. They're broken up into parts that trigger separately from one another. So to give you an idea of how this would actually work in game, you would get 4 separate triggers when it comes to playing 1 card. First, you actually play the card by exiling another black card from your hand. Then it enters the battlefield. Then its discard effect triggers, and then after all of that is done, only after all of that is done, is this card put into your discard pile. This is one of the things that makes Magic really difficult to pick up, by the way. Like, understanding the fact that, simply reading the text of the card, you then need to sequence the order in which those effects trigger in your brain as well while you're playing the game. And so, again, this is, in Magic we refer to this as the stack, right? Basically the stack of triggers as they resolve. And the thing is, in Magic, in addition to things like lands and creatures, you also have another type of card called an instant. And as the name would imply, these are cards that can be played at any point in the game, including in between triggers. In the same year that Wizards of the Coast printed Grief 2021, they also printed another card called Ephemerate. For the cost of 1 white mana, you can exile one target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under your control again. In Magic, we refer to this colloquially as blinking. And the thing about blinking is when a creature or any other kind of card blinks back onto the battlefield, it's treated as if it is an entirely new entity, which means that if you blink Grief before the discard portion of its evoke trigger happens, it is treated as a completely new creature that does not have that trigger on the stack. So what you could do is on turn 1, play a land card that generates white mana, play Grief for free, target Grief using Ephemerate, and then Grief comes back. You discard 2 cards from your opponent's hand, and now you have a 3/2 on turn 1. Something that is, at least on paper, only supposed to be in play on turn 4. And the thing about Ephemerate is it has an additional effect called Rebound. If you cast this spell from your hand, exile it as it resolves. At the beginning of your next upkeep, so basically at the beginning of your next turn, you may cast this card without paying its mana cost. So you do this on your first turn, and if they don't remove Grief, you have the option of doing it again at the beginning of your next turn. So that's what made this card in particular so disgusting to play against. Again, technically speaking, it's not really that unfair because you are in effect trading 2 cards, Grief and Ephemerate, in exchange for 2 to 3 cards. The 2 cards that you end up discarding from your opponent's hand. Oh, sorry, the 2 to 3 cards. Sorry, I should revise that to 3 to 4 cards, right? So the 2 to 3 cards that they end up discarding from their hand due to Grief's enter the battlefield effect, plus the additional card if they actually want to get that 3/2 creature off of the board afterwards. And that's not accounting for the fact that you get to choose what they discard, which means that you can choose to make them discard the card that they were going to use to get rid of Grief. So when it comes to play patterns that, again, when you do the math, it seems fair, but when you're playing against it, it feels horrid. And so when it comes to just the power creeping of this one effect, this form of interaction, that was one of the ways in which Magic over time slowly became more and more unfun to play with, right? It's pretty, the design of the card is pretty fire, but it becomes notably less easy to admire when you open up a game and this is making you discard 3 out of the maximum 7 cards in your hand before you're really able to do anything about it, right? Living up to its name, grief. Yeah, kind of. And so, you may ask, why the fuck would they print this, right? Because it's an awful play pattern. It doesn't feel great to play against. However, unfortunately, in Magic, and again, this is a complaint that is not unique to me, not original in the slightest, has been made by innumerable people before me, way before I'm saying this and way before I'm doing this stream. Essentially, the reason why Magic has needed to power creep the forms of interaction that you have access to is because the cards that they've been printing alongside them have become exponentially more important to deal with as well. And to give you an example of what I mean, we're going to talk about 1 mana creatures. Now, way back in 1993, when Magic was first getting started, to give you an example of what a 1 mana creature would look like, you would have Mon's Goblin Raiders. For 1 red mana, you get a 1/1 goblin with no additional effect, right? Basically, you get to play it immediately on turn 1, and then the next turn, if your opponent hasn't gotten rid of it, or if your opponent doesn't have anything to block it with, you can swing it at your opponent's face and smack him for 1 damage. Pretty simple. But again, it's pretty easy to play around as well, because it can't attack the moment that you play it. You basically have to wait a turn, and it's only a 1/1, so it's not that much off of the... If you hit your opponent for it, they're not going to be keeling over immediately in record time. They're not too far behind in the game. Fast forward just over a decade, and you have Goblin Guide. 1 red mana, you get a goblin, but this time it's a 2/2, which means that it can smack your opponent in the face for 2 damage. And on top of that, it also has haste, which is a card effect that means that it can attack your opponent immediately the turn that it is played. It doesn't have to wait a turn in order to be used in that manner. And on top of that, you also have an additional effect that states, quote, whenever Goblin Guide attacks, the defending player reveals the top card of his or her library. If it's a land card, that player puts it into his or her hand. Now, on the surface, this looks like a drawback, because if you attack with Goblin Guide, and it ends up that the top card of their deck is a land card, you basically help your opponent draw a card. And that sounds like a drawback to using Goblin Guide. That sounds like something that could balance the card. Except, that was only a disadvantage that occurred less than 50% of the time. Because usually what would happen is you would attack with Goblin Guide, your opponent would reveal the top card of their library, and it's not a land card, which means that not only do you manage to get in 2 damage, potentially, you also get information as to what the next card they're going to draw is going to be. Is this card included in RDW? I forget what RDW stands for. It's been a while since I've looked up the acronyms. But in any case, so again, this was a card that was notably a more power-crept version of Mon's Goblin Raiders. Not only is it bigger, not only does it get to attack immediately, but it also has an effect that is pretty much an additional benefit at least 50% of the time. However, fast forward again another decade, and Wizards of the Coast would end up printing another 1 mana card that is even stronger than Goblin Guide, called Ragavan Nimble Pilferer, a monkey pirate that you can play for 1 red mana that has 2 attack, 1 HP, that states, whenever Ragavan Nimble Pilferer deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token and exile the top card of that player's library. Exile basically means put aside or at least temporarily remove from play. Until the end of turn, you may cast that card. So, to give you a little bit of an idea as to how crazy that effect is, if you get hit in the face by Mons Goblin Raiders, you basically lose 1 life off of your 20 starting total. You're not too far behind. Now, if you get attacked by Goblin Guide, you lose 2 life. That's double 1, but again, still not too far behind in the game, because nothing else has happened. Maybe they get a little bit more information as to what your hand is going to be 1 turn from now. If you get hit by Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer, it generates a treasure token, which is basically a temporary land card, so it accelerates your opponent's resource. It basically grows your opponent's resource pool. You lose a card off of the top of your library, in addition to losing 2 HP. And on top of that, if you are at a later stage of the game, or if the card that they manage to get off the top of your library costs 1 or less, they can play that card instead of you. That is an astronomical disadvantage to being hit by this card. And just, as a little bit of redundancy, I suppose, Wizards thought it would be a good idea to add another effect onto the end, tack on another effect to the end of Ragavan, which states dash 1 colorless, 1 red, which basically means for the cost of only 2 mana, you may instead play this spell for its dash cost, which means that it gains haste, meaning it can attack immediately, and then it's returned to your hand at the end of your turn. So you can either choose to play it for 1 mana and then hope that they don't have a way of interacting with it on their turn, or you can play it for 2 mana, attack with it immediately, and then it goes back into your hand by the end of your turn, which means that they have less ways of interacting with it. It doesn't stick to your board, which means that if you want to play it again, if you want to attack with it again, you're going to have to pay 2 mana again, but I'd wager that the cost is mitigated by the fact that it generates a temporary land card if it hits your opponent's face. So, again, the reason why interaction has had to be power crept is because the cards that they have given players access to, the creatures that they've given players access to, has been gradually power crept as well. Which now means that Magic currently exists in a state where on turn 1, if you don't have a way of either preemptively peeking at what your opponent is doing and disrupting it in some manner, or some way of dealing with whatever it is they play on turn 1, you are going to be infinitely more behind in the game than, let's say, you would be if you were both playing with cards from about a decade ago. So, when it comes to agency in Magic, ironically, the more things that they've put onto each individual card that you have access to, the less it feels like you can actually control what's happening in the game. Because, yeah, you may have an incredibly oppressive and disruptive line of play, like, for example, Grief Ephemerate, but they might have something like turn 1 Ragavan when you don't have removal in hand. And the costs of not having the ability to respond to either of the two is astronomical. Because over the course of a single turn, your opponent is now multiple turns ahead, both in terms of how many cards they now have the ability to play, and the resources that they have in order to play those cards. So, when it comes to present-day Magic, agency is not really something that, at least for me, I associate with the game anymore because of all of this. Lion, welcome to being a Footstool. Thank you for becoming a Footstool, and I hope you enjoy those emotes. This is sounding a lot like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh yeah, for sure. From what I've heard from Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, it's a very similar problem that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dealing with as well. Now, this is only half of it, though. Would it be viable to use meta cards like this on your deck if it's not your color, though? No. Because you need them to be the same color as your lands in order to actually play them. So, in addition to the whole agency problem, Magic's flavor has also slowly but surely been watered down over the years as well. Now, when it comes to flavor, Magic's ability to develop its ability, when it comes to Magic's ability to capture flavor in its cards, over the years it's gone through something of a rise and fall. Initially, when Magic was first getting started, right? So this is in the 1993, that kind of era, right? Before the 2000s. What Magic would essentially do for flavor text, so these little blurbs at the bottom of the cards that are supposed to give you a little bit of a impression as to the themes of the card, or give you some, maybe provoke thought, make the card seem a bit more cool to have in your collection, right? It used to be the case that Magic would often default to using quotes from real-life literature as its flavor text. And yeah, it would lend a little bit of thematic oomph to it, right? They would quote, Dracula, Lewis Carroll, and, the Bible of all things, right? They would grab quotes from various different points in literature, but it's still, it adds to the vibes, but it doesn't really tell you anything, or it doesn't tell you that much about Magic's own universe, right? For example, Swarm of Rats, which is basically, a rat card, a rat card, pretty simple, costs one colorless and one black. Colorless basically means you can use any mana of any color in order to fulfill that cost. It includes a quote by Bram Stoker's Dracula, right? Rats, 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 hundreds, thousands, millions of them, and every one a life. Kind of cool, right? Lends a little bit of flavor, matches up with the card itself, its identity, etc., etc. But not very original, doesn't really tell you anything about the world of the game. Same thing when it comes to Dirkwood Boars, for example, a 5-mana 4/4. And the quote being, "And the unclean spirits went out and entered the swine, and the herd ran violently," from Mark 5:13. Again, cool quote, but doesn't really tell you anything about Magic's universe. However, once they started printing more sets, this started to change. Magic started to coin unique flavor text that was unique to their game, and they would start to enhance their ability to flesh out the universe of their game through their cards. For example, a card called Squandered Resources, 1 black, 1 green, an enchantment, which basically means that it stays on the battlefield after you play it. And it has the ability, sacrifice a land, add to your mana pool 1 mana of any type the sacrificed land could produce, play this ability as a mana source. So basically, it would allow you to destroy your resource pool in order to gain resources in the short term. Again, it's very aptly named, right? Squandered Resources. Because why on earth would you ever do that unless you are aiming to win the turn that you are using the effect? And the flavor text they came up with almost tells a kind of mini story of its own. Quote, "He traded sand for skins, skins for gold, gold for life. In the end, he traded life for sand. Afari tales." Basically quoting from a text that existed as a collection of stories that existed in universe. And again, something like that, it's short, but it's brilliant in how it's able to encapsulate a mini story that is so perfectly an encapsulation of the theme of the card. You also have a card like, for example, Negate, for 1 colorless and 1 blue, an instant spell. You get to counter target non-creature spell, which basically means that you play it in response to your opponent playing a non-creature spell, and that spell basically gets sent instantly to the discard pile without having an effect, right? And its flavor text reads, "Masters of the arcane savor a delicious irony. Their study of deep and complex arcana leads to such a simple end. The ability to merely say yes or no." And that is a flavor text that not only encapsulates the function of the card, right? Basically acting as, you know, this thing that you play in order to counteract something your opponent is doing, but it also reflects perfectly the power fantasy of playing blue cards, which is getting to a state where your opponent is only getting to play the game with your permission. You also have cards that flesh out the universes of the game, the worlds that inhabit Magic's universe, by reflecting their aesthetics as well. For example, Phyrexian Unlife. Phyrexia is a world in Magic's universe that is basically built around the theme of body horror. A world that has been shaped by a contagion that will flay the skin off of your flesh and flay the flesh off of your bones and replace it with metal tubes that are filled with black oil and essentially, you know, these little porcelain grafts that would appear all over your body, basically turning you into some sort of almost like a cross between a machine and a zombie virus. And the card reads, you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. As long as you have 0 or less life, all damage is dealt to you as though its source had infect, which basically means that every time you would receive some form of damage, you would get what's called a poison counter. And once you get 10 poison counters, you lose the game. But the whole point of this is it basically flips on its head the main way that the game is supposed to be played. Because generally speaking, yeah, when your life total reaches 0, you lose. But what this card does is it gives you not an alternate win condition, but an alternate lose condition. And in doing so, it's a perfect in-game metaphor for the theme of the world that it's supposed to represent, right? Robin, zombie clanker. That's a great way of putting it, actually. Imagine a world filled with zombie clankers, right? That's basically Phyrexia. Lion, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. I just play Commander. Last played T2 10 plus years. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. Commander is by far one of the more fun ways of playing Magic nowadays. Because everything is overpowered. But yeah. Rex is basically Tetsuo the Iron Man. Yeah. And then finally you have these standalone card effects where the flavor text, again, perfectly encapsulates not just the themes of the card, but the function of the card as well. Rancor. 1 green mana, you get an enchantment that you can attach to a creature that you have in play. And the effect reads, enchanted creature gets +2/+0, so basically 2 more attack, and has trample, which means that if it's blocked by something and it destroys the blocker, the remaining damage carries over to your opponent's face. And then at the bottom it has this effect that says, when Rancor is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return Rancor to its opponent's hand. Rancor is a word that means anger, rage. And the reason why this card is basically the way that it worked is, well, the thematic way in which it was supposed to work is you just keep enraging a creature to attack your opponent's face, and even if the creature dies, that rage returns to your hand so that you can replay it onto another creature. And in order to reflect that, the flavor text is short, simple, but a perfect reflection of that theme. Hatred outlives the hateful. The anger that drives you to lash out against others will last longer than even you yourself will. And that, again, it sounds kind of pretentious, right? But flavor text that is that short, but that packed full of thematic flavor is it's a very hard thing to capture. It's a very hard thing to come up with. And so every time something like this ended up being printed onto a card, it made the card, and by extension the game as a whole, a lot more enjoyable to play. not in the sense of necessarily enhancing the gameplay, but just making it feel more like you were... It fed into the power fantasy a bit more, by making you actually feel like you were immersed in the universe of the game. Hatred outlives the hateful could be a badass quote to define Twitter. Yeah, kind of. And when it comes to flavor, the way that Magic could, again, like I said before, the way that Magic imbued its cards with flavor, with the thematic essence of the universe of the game, wasn't just in the actual flavor text, but even in the cards themselves. Magic, as it progressed, right? Magic, as it progressed over the years, would end up figuring out, well, how to tell stories from the universe just through the cards that they would print across different sets. For example, Magic has an entire world called Innistrad, basically an entire world built around a gothic horror theme. And you have, this was a world that had things like vampires, werewolves, zombies, ghosts. But in addition to all of those creatures of the night, you would also have creatures of the light. You would have angels that descend from the heavens in order to fight back the darkness and defend humanity in this gothic horror hellscape. And two of these angels, two angel sisters, that will be introduced in one of the first sets that we would get to introduce us to this world in Magic's universe, were Gisela, Blade of Gold Knight, and Bruna, Light of Alabaster. Again, both of these, the effects are kind of irrelevant, but the important thing is both of these are cards that reflected that gave us an idea of the kind of people, I suppose, the kind of beings that would inhabit this world. At this time, they were protectors of humanity, right? They represented the only hope that humanity had against these monsters that would try to eat humanity whole. And then, few years down the line, Wizards of the Coast decided to return to Innistrad with a new set, except they were changing the theme slightly. Instead of just gothic horror, they wanted to include an element of cosmic horror. Essentially what was happening in the story of the in-universe story, Innistrad was being invaded by the magic equivalent of Cthulhu, a being called Emrakul, this giant tentacle monster that breaks the minds and melts the bodies of every living thing in close proximity, to the point where they begin to mutate in order to match its appearance. They grow tentacles. They form a kind of fleshy lattice-like structure over their bodies. Their minds begin to melt to the point where all they can do is try to spread this spiritual, psychological, physical infection to everything around them. And when we return to this set, after this eldritch horror invades this world, we are given another example. We are given a second encounter with these two characters from the world, these two angelic sisters. And this time, when we see them printed on a card, they are changed. They are warped. Gisela's blade is broken. Bruna's light is fading. They are now growing tentacles out of their wings. Their hands have now dissolved into a mass of tendrils. Their eyes no longer have pupils, human pupils, but rather either glow a dull black or a bright red. They have become these fallen beings, these parodies of their former selves. And as Wizards printed out new versions of these cards, they also introduced a new mechanic. If a player both owns and controls both of these cards at the end of their turn, they combine into one new entity. Brizella, Voice of Nightmares, a mutated monstrosity that is these two sisters, but shoved into this disgusting looking, horrific amalgamation, one between the two of them. They are now one entity, a mass of tentacles. They barely look like an angel anymore. They have, it's this, let me move the card out of the way so you can see the art better. But you have this sort of, their upper torsos, their heads and necks are meshed into one another. They have 4 arms, their arms have been combined into this single insectile form where they're ripping their own chest open. And instead of actual, hands, you now have these sort of bifurcated, well, multiple times bifurcated limbs that extend outwards from the bottom, like an insect. The lower half of their torso is no longer comprised of legs, but again, more tendrils, this time comprised out of spine-like structures instead, and their wings have now dissolved from being these feathered bird's wings into being these skeletal parodies of wings, connected only with little strips of muscle that have been melted onto the bone. And again, you had this subversion of the usual gothic horror aesthetic by combining it with elements of body horror and cosmic horror. But this was a way for Magic to better tell its own stories in universe, not just through flavored text, but through the actual cards and the mechanics themselves. And in my opinion, at least, this was a point in which Magic's ability to manifest flavor in its game was still at its height. Some people would still say would to that. I have no doubt about that. The internet is a very interesting place. However, again, this was when Magic really figured out how to leverage all the tools at its disposal in order to use the medium of a TCG in order to tell a story, to immerse the player by building up a complex world that you could get invested in, a complex narrative that you could get invested in, complex characters that you could get invested in. And more importantly, this was all original. This had all been cooked up by the minds of the various writers and creatives that were in charge of fleshing out the world of Magic. This was what made Magic distinct, unique. And then, coincidentally, also around the 2020s, Magic started integrating other stories into its game. We have the thing that we talked about briefly when we did the stream on VCard, their Universes Beyond initiative, when they would start releasing limited edition collections of cards that were based on other IPs. This was where we got, Magic X SpongeBob, or Magic X Fortnite, or Magic X Walking Dead. They would start making original cards based around, again, characters from other IPs. Like, for example, Deadpool. And they would also start making sets that were built around other IPs as well. For example, recently, Final Fantasy. Now, I'm sure there are lots of people. Actually, I know for a fact that Leah opened up. Leah was quite excited for this. She ended up opening up an entire, I believe it was an entire booster of this collaboration between Magic and Final Fantasy on stream. That's fine. I won't begrudge anyone of that. But at the same time, what had essentially happened was Magic ended up, and I said this before as well, Magic had ended up becoming sort of the Fortnite of TCGs, where now all of the flavor, all the unique world building that they'd put into the game over the course of decades was kind of being contested, if not sidelined, in favor of trying to grab these external collabs with other IPs to try and expand the player base. The problem was, well, it kind of, and again, at risk of, for want of a better way of putting it, it kind of normified Magic to a certain extent. Where now the distinctiveness of the game, the distinctiveness of the world, the immersiveness of the world, had been watered down just so they could put SpongeBob onto a card, or get the Fortnite Zoomers to look at the game, or just so they could resurrect The Walking Dead, a TV show that has not been relevant for years, just for the sake of drumming up a little bit more attention for both fan bases. Actually, Vice Schwartz became the Fortnite of TCGs. That's true, but Magic seems to be working really hard to try and contest them on that title. But again, I could overlook this, right? I could overlook this fall off in flavor if the in-universe properties that were made by Magic was still solid. Unfortunately, that has started to dip in quality as well. For example, one of their recent expansions, in-universe expansions, was called Ether Drift. And this... So Magic... Okay, this is a TCG that is built around fantasy, right? You are a wizard. You hop around to different worlds, gather a whole bunch of different beings, encounter a bunch of different entities, and you learn a bunch of different spells unique to each of those worlds, and you combine all of those things together in order to try and sling them against your opponent to prove you're the better wizard, right? And in my fantasy TCG, they decided to release an expansion about racing. This was Hot Wheels MTG Edition. And when you look at the cards, right, you have a lot of cards that are built around this theme of racing, right? Vehicles, etc., etc. But now when you look at the flavor text, it's gone from being these sort of, albeit kind of pretentious think pieces, things that reflect, at least to some degree, the immersiveness of enhance the immersiveness of the world of Magic, the story of Magic, to now being these sort of millennial one-liners. Get the shot every time. And the picture is this guy doing a sort of, the sort of finger square thing that people do in modern day when you want to signify that you're taking a picture of something or asking someone to capture a picture of something. And then you look at the art, for example, Transit Mage. I mean, I think the picture just speaks for itself. They put a fucking Discord mod in my fantasy TCG. Remember, you take the wheel if you want, but I choose the music. What the fuck does that tell me about Magic's universe? Why does this person have a modern hairstyle in a world that is in a fucking fantasy game? And in addition to that, even the creatures that they are making now, the Speed Demon, they don't seem like something that could be iconic. They're not, they don't seem like they're unique to Magic, like Phyrexian Unlife was, for example. Or even to some extent, Grief was. Compare this creature design to this creature design. It is night and day. And even the concept is something that seems kind of unoriginal, where you have plenty of story. It's this kind of biker entity that exists in almost every fictional depiction of racers or bikers or whatever, where there is some sort of demon that's supposed to be the theme of wanting to drag race or whatever. And it's just, none of this feels like magic. And I get that I might sound like an old man shaking my fist at clouds, but at this point, in between the actual deterioration in the flavor of in-universe sets, and also these frequent watering downs of the brands through these collabs with external IPs, I just can't shake the feeling that Magic as a game has kind of lost its flavor. Did the old design world-building stuff leave? I suspect that a lot of them did, yes. And I don't know if a lot of the new stuff have the same chops, so to speak. And so, at the beginning of this year, I was basically in a position where I didn't really find Magic that fun to play anymore. I loved playing Magic, you know, because of the play patterns, the deck building potential, etc., etc. But this was a game that had now evolved to the point where the cards that you have to play with are extremely overpowerful, but don't make you feel like you have the ability to impact the game state if you're going second. It just feels like a matter of who goes first, more often than not. And also, the flavor doesn't really seem to be on par with what it was before either. Now, when I go into my fantasy TCG, I don't get the feeling that it is a fantasy world. It just feels like the barest shell of, a husk is a good way of putting it, Robin. A husk of this fantasy world, but inhabited by these shallow, almost self-inserts from modern day people and aesthetics. And so I was kind of left in a position where my favorite TCG was no longer something that I really looked forward to playing anymore. And so I was in a position where I was kind of, I was a bit more open than I usually would be to find a new TCG to try and play. And that's when Cara Malone, around April and June of this year, about like, about 2 or 3 months ago, 1 or 2 months ago, sorry. That's when Cara Malone and Lord Morlington swooped in and offered me Oshi Push, a new TCG to play that could potentially scratch that itch. Now, initially, and this is something that I alluded to in the post when I announced that I was going to do this stream. Initially, I was open to the idea purely because this was the Phase Connect TCG. I looked at some of the cards, right? I saw Vomit Drawer, for example, that card that I had in the the pre-yapping portion of the stream, right? I saw the cards, I saw the art. I thought, oh, okay, that's kind of cute, right? I like Phase, I like TCGs. Ah, fuck it. Who cares if it's just a VTuber TCG? Let's try playing it. And once I started playing it, I realized, holy shit, this might be something that I've been looking for. And to explain what makes Oshi Push what made it so captivating to me, personally, we need to start with the idea of conceits. Essentially, a conceit in a card game or any other kind of game is a central metaphor that informs the design elements of a game. A sort of thematic foundation, a core from which the aesthetics and the mechanics of a game emerge. And when it comes to TCGs, every TCG has a conceit that ends up inspiring what their gameplay and what their aesthetics are going to look like. For example, with Magic, the conceit is pretty simple. You are a world-hopping wizard with 20 hit points. With Yu-Gi-Oh, it's also quite simple. You are a world-breaking wizard with 8,000 hit points. With V-Card, it is also quite simple. Well, with V-Card, the central conceit is that you get fucked. But that's neither here nor there. And Oshi Push is no different. Oshi Push also has a central conceit, a rather simple one. Oshi Push's central conceit is getting a YouTube play button, a golden YouTube play button, reaching 1 million subscribers. You are an influencer trying to establish yourself on various different platforms and trying to get to 1 million subscribers. And in terms of how this conceit manifests in the actual gameplay, to do that, we're going to have to look at the actual main thing that you're going to be playing for in this game. Oshi Push works off of a prize card system, kind of similar to Pokemon in that manner, where the main thing that you're going to be contesting in Oshi Push are platform cards. Now, each of these cards are designed to basically represent one of the platforms that people use nowadays on the internet in order to gain a following. Right? Some of them are based off of FaZe Connect specific things, like for example, Sad Girl Company or FaZe Weekly. Others are based off of real life platforms, like for example TikTok, which is called Click Clock, or Kick, which is called Gamble Punch. Now, when you break down each platform, you have a name, right? But you also have a counter, a number there. 500,000 in the case of Sad Girl Company. Each platform has a subscriber count, basically signifying how many subscribers you end up gaining if you quote-unquote capture the platform. The other statistic that you have is this little number in the corner, this little star symbol alongside a number like, for example, 3 or 4 or 2, or 3 or 4 or 2. And when it comes to explaining what this number is supposed to signify, we're going to have to break down the way that each round of Oshi Push unfolds. So basically, the gameplay in Oshi Push is broken up into rounds, and the rounds are comprised of turns, and each round has 3 distinct phases to it. No pun intended. At the beginning of each round, you have the content phase, where each player chooses a platform that they want to contest. And then over the course of the content phase, you play out cards in order to build up a degree of influence over that platform. Again, we'll explain what that means in a second. Then, in the second phase of the round, you have the platform phase, where players clash over the platforms in order to capture them. And then finally, you have the refresh phase, where the clash results are tallied, subscribers are added up if you've captured any platforms, and the players prepare for the next round, and this happens over and over until a player reaches 1 million or more subscribers. Now, what that number signifies, therefore, is something called a popularity threshold, which is basically how many times you have to win a clash on the platform in order to capture it, and therefore add the subscriber count to your overarching total. Now, I said before that the way that you capture a platform during a clash is you have to establish a form of influence over the platform. But then the question becomes, okay, how do you establish that influence? And this is where we get into the main gameplay mechanic of the platform, which is persona cards. These are basically the versions of the cards that a lot of you would have seen, especially if you're a FaZe fan, being promoted in Oshi Push's marketing. Now, essentially, for those who have played Commander in Magic, persona cards work in a very similar manner, where every single deck is built around a persona card, a card that you have right from the start of the game that you use to essentially establish your initial that you assign to a platform in order to build up influence on said platform. And to break down the individual components of what a persona card is, right? and how it relates to the overarching gameplay of Oshi Push. First three immediate components. The text, you have additional effects, right? This is where you have, it says what effects it has, whether it's activated or whether it's a passive effect. In this case, let's say, for example, Tenma, she has an effect that says Clash Reward, draw one card. Basically, every time you win a clash on a platform that Tenma is placed on, you get to draw a card from your deck as a prize, right, as a reward. On the bottom right, you have bits and you have influence. Every persona has these two stats on them. Bits are basically the main resource you use to play cards. Your persona generates a set amount of bits at the start of each round, and you can see how many bits they generate by looking at this part of their persona card. Then you have the influence. This is the main metric that you use to compete over platforms. Every time you clash over a platform, the player with more influence over a platform at the end of the clash wins the clash. And once you win the clash, you get to put an Oshi mark on that platform. Once you put the same once you reach the popularity threshold, for example, let's say you have Sad Girl Company, right? Because it has a popularity threshold of 3, once you have 3 Oshi marks on Sad Girl Company, you capture the platform. That is now yours. And these are the main components of the card that have to do with actual in-game gameplay. However, when you start looking at the other portions of the card, this is where we get into deck building. At the top of every card, you will have a color and a genre. In Tenma's case, her color is green and her genre is experience. These are the factors of a persona that define deck building. Essentially, the way that deck building works in Oshi Push is each deck is 40 cards. You can have a maximum amount of 3 copies for any one card that you put into your 40 card deck. However, they also have an additional restriction on what cards you can put into a deck, depending on who your persona is. Every card in your deck needs to share either the persona's color or the persona's genre. Which means that if you want to build a deck around Tenma, every single card in your deck has to either be green or has to be an experience card. Now, the color defines different playstyles. Different colors correlate to different ways of playing the game. For example, green usually revolves around economy and resource generation. These are cards that generate bits or draw you more cards. Purple corresponds with control and interaction. These are cards that actually allow you to do something about what your opponent is doing, or take control over the game in unexpected ways. And finally, red is aggression and buffs, ways of increasing the power level of the cards that you currently have in play, increasing the influence of the cards that you currently have in play, etc., etc. Again, 3 distinct ways of playing the game, corresponding with 3 different deck building restrictions. Now, when it comes to genre, there are 4 different types of genres, and these are mostly included for the purposes of flavor. These are defined based off of, I suppose, the brands of the individual content creators that make up the persona, right? The phase talents that make up the persona. And there are 4 different genres that Oshi Push currently has: experience, creatives, Zatsudan, and poggers. Essentially, again, these are the deck building restrictions that make it that define what cards you get to put into your deck and how you build decks around your personas. So, when it comes to the actual cards that you can put into your deck, though, you get 3 different types of cards: upgrade cards, action cards, and content cards. Upgrade cards are pretty self-explanatory. They are permanent improvements to your persona that increase its stats or enhance its effects. For example, you have this upgrade card that is basically a improved version of Tenma. For 8 bits, you get to improve Tenma stats so that now every turn, at the start of every round, she now generates 6 bits instead of 3, and she now has 7 influence wherever you put her instead of only 4. But on top of that, she also has an improved clash reward where instead of drawing 1 card, you now draw 2 cards, and an additional passive effect where as long as you have 5 or more cards in your hand, she gets +4 influence. So functionally, as long as you have 5 or more cards in hand, she is a persona that has 11 influence instead of just 7. Now, when it comes to action cards, they are also relatively self-explanatory. They are a one-time effect that can be played at any stage during the round, unless stated otherwise. Yeah, a lot of you picked up on the 30-ma thing as well. Yeah. So, for example, you have Fuck You, which is an action card you can play for 2 bits. It's restricted. You can only play it if your persona is Tenma. And it basically says, one persona or content card of your choice gains a number of influence equal to the number of cards in your hand this round. So it's a temporary buff card that corresponds with how many cards you're currently holding in hand. Again, action cards are powerful because you have the flexibility of playing them at any stage during the round, either during content or the platform phase. However, you only have a one-time effect as a way of balancing out the fact that you can play them at any point during the round. Content cards are the opposite. You have less flexibility in terms of when you play it in the round, but the trade-off is that they are permanent in their effects. They have a permanent effect of increasing your influence over a platform. Usually played during the content phase and only on the platform currently occupied by your persona. Obviously, if you want to put content onto a platform, your persona, the content creator needs to be on that platform, which is why that rule exists, right? You can only play content cards, usually, on the same platform as your persona is currently occupying. Platforms increase your influence on the platform. Content cards increase your influence on the platform, and they remain there until the platform is captured or the content card is deleted by some other effect. Essentially, once you capture a platform, all of the content cards are deleted from it, as it is replaced with a new platform. And so, when it comes to deck building, these are the 3 card types that you have to work with. Upgrade so that your persona becomes stronger, so that you gain a more consistent and increased supply of the resources you need to play more cards at the beginning of every round. Again, this is one of the reasons why I prefer Oshi Push's resource generation system over Magic's, because it is consistent. You get a guaranteed amount of it at the start of every round, so you're never stuck at a point where you have no option of doing anything. Then you have action cards, cards that you play to surprise your opponent, catch them off guard. It's the cards that you play at any point in the game. And then you have content cards, the main bulk of how you solidify your lead over a platform. I'll just enlarge in this. Basically, this is a content card called Rage Game. For 4 bits, you get to get a content card that has 6 influence, but when it's played, each opponent discards 1 card from their hand. Still a one-time effect, but the influence sticks around even after it's played. Now, when it comes to breaking down the specific effects of each card, Oshi Push currently has, if I remember correctly, around 6 different keywords that correspond with specific effects that can change the way that a card affects the overall game state. Obviously, we've already talked about Clash Reward, which is basically an effect that triggers when you win a clash over the platform that the card is currently occupying. You also have Discard, which is basically an effect where you get to throw the card into your discard pile in exchange for a... Is that when Tenma broke a controller playing Shadows of the Colossus? Yes, that is a reference to that. And then... I believe that it's a reference to that, at least. Discard, which is pretty simple. You throw the card into your discard pile in exchange for a one-time effect. Can be used at any stage during the round. So, for example, let's say you have this card called VTuber Coffee. It has a discard effect where you gain 1 bit. You can basically choose either during the platform phase or during the content phase to discard this card, and in exchange, you will get 1 bit added to your resource pool. You also have Activate, which is basically an effect that can be triggered once a round, and this can be used at any stage during the round. For example, Halloween Special is a card that reads Activate, play 1 action card from your trash, basically your discard pile, with 3 or less that costs 3 or less for free. Pretty strong effect, and you can use this effect either during the content phase or during the platform phase, which is what makes Activate abilities especially strong, because once the content cards with Activate abilities are on a platform, you don't have to use them during the content phase. You can use them whenever. The only restriction on activates, and this is something I should probably put in there, I'll add it into the slides, hold on, is that they can't be used the turn that the card is actually played. Be used the turn that the card is played. But aside from that, you can use them at any point so long as the content card is still in play. 3 more keywords. Dominating basically refers to when you have more content cards on a platform than your opponent does, and this usually corresponds with a benefit, an additional benefit or a buff that the card gives you if you are dominating the platform. Kickback, which is basically a bonus that triggers every time you lose a clash over the platform that the card currently occupies. And finally, Independent, a card that only remains active, an effect that only remains active while the card is played on an independent platform. Now, what is an independent platform? There are 2 types of platforms in Oshi Push. Non-independent platforms, which are usually platforms that have a built-in clash reward. So, every time you win a clash on the platform itself grants you some sort of bonus. If in this game, by the way, if multiple clash rewards are triggering at once, let's say 1 from your persona, 1 from your platform, and 1 from a content card on the platform, then you get to choose which order in which those clash reward effects resolve. And the second type of platform card are independent platform cards, which don't have built-in clash rewards, but have specific cards that are printed with synergies that only trigger on independent platforms in order to compensate. I played Vanguard enough that the word dominate triggers PTSD of excessive rulings. Thankfully, with Oshi Push, the way the dominate works is very simple, right? It's just you look at a platform and you look at whether you have more content cards on it or whether your opponent has more content cards on it. And if you have more than your opponent, then it's a bonus that triggers. Pretty simple. So these are the main components of the game. You have your persona cards, your content cards, your action cards, your platform cards. And between these 4, you have the main things that you need in order to actually understand how the main flow of the game happens with Oshi Push. However, the other thing that made the cards really enjoyable for me, and this is the whole reason why I bothered to try playing it in the first place, is flavor. Every single one of these cards is based off of either an in-joke when it comes to a content creator, their brand, their content, their community, or it is a specific moment that has been clipped, or it's something that they've done or said in the past that has become a meme, right? Vomit Drawer. This is the card that everyone references, the card that they used to promote themselves when Oshi Push was first getting started. This is pretty self-explanatory. But also you have, for example, Yell at Fish, right? A card that is unique to Tenma. An action card that costs 2 bits and states, delete 1 content card that costs less than the number of cards in your hand. Which is probably a reference to when Tenma popped into a call during Sakana's interview with Irie to yell at him over saying that she is only a perfect idol if her mouth is closed. And on the other hand, you have another action card, 5 bits, level 2 Naked Club, unique to Michiru, play only during the content phase, where it states, play any number of content cards from your trash with a combined bit total of 5 or less for free. And this is a reference to when Michiru beat Margit's head in Elden Ring while only being naked and holding a club right from the start of the game. No upgrades, nothing, just, you know, raw dog Margit abuse. So again, if you are a fan of FaZe, every single card you can probably spot something that it's supposed to be referencing, some meme that it's supposed to be referencing. And that was one of the things that I really appreciated when I was playing through the cards, because as I was, you know, flipping through them for the purposes of deck building, I'd also get a little bit of a nostalgia shot every single time I come across a new card, look at its art, and try to make the connection as to what it's supposed to be based off of. However, for me at least, flavor can get you to look at a game, but obviously it's a game, which means that you're going to need some reason to stay beyond just, oh, there are cool references in it. And so, the thing that really got me hooked onto Oshi Push was a combination of the gameplay loop, but also, as I referenced before, and as I sort of alluded to before, the way that this game encourages specific ways of deck building. To explain what I mean by the gameplay loop being, you know, very, I suppose, appealing to me. One of the reasons why I found it so appealing, at least to start off with, is it escaped the problem that Magic had, where you could essentially lose the game all in one turn, right? Where your opponent would then do like 10 billion actions, put 5 triggers on the stack at once, and then all of them would resolve and you'd be incredibly behind. Oshi Push avoids that problem by making it so that each player can only take up to 1 action during their turn. And an action means things like triggering a discard effect, playing a card, or using an ability. And each player's turn only allows them to do up to 1 of those things. So it's always this back and forth between I do something, and then you do something, and then I do something, and then you do something. And very rarely does it feel like you are left in a position where you can't play the game, or you're not playing the game, or you're taking a back seat to your opponent. The way that Oshi Push works, and the way that it defines when to move from one phase to another, is essentially once a player has taken their action for the turn, or they choose to take no actions, they pass the turn. So you can choose to either take an action or to do nothing during your turn. If you get 2 turns in a row where players choose to do nothing before passing the turn over to their opponent, then the game moves on to the next stage of the round. So let's say during the content phase, I pass my turn to my opponent without doing anything, then my opponent passes back to me without doing anything. We start the platform phase, and we start clashing. Now, at the beginning of the platform phase, the starting player of the round, so basically the player who took their turn first during the round, gets to choose which direction the platform clashes resolve in. So essentially what ends up happening during the platform phase is the starting player gets to choose whether they want the clashes to happen from right to left or left to right. They can't start in the middle though. It has to be from one side or the other. And you start clashing on one platform, right? Let's say, for example, we start clashing on the leftmost platform. I would take an action, my opponent would take an action, and eventually we get to a spot where I would choose to pass the turn without taking any actions, and my opponent would choose to pass the turn back to me without taking any actions, and then the clash is considered resolved. We tally up who has more influence. One of us puts, we either tie and nothing happens, or one of us has more influence than the other, and we get to put an Oshi mark onto the platform. If we've reached the popularity threshold for the platform, then we capture the platform and we add the subscriber to our total. And then we move on to the next platform, so on and so forth, rinse and repeat. Basically, pretty self-explanatory. Player with higher influence over a platform when the clash is resolved, basically when both players pass to one another once without doing anything. The player with more influence gets to put one of their Oshi marks onto the platform, etc., etc. To give you an idea of how a turn in Oshi Push might work, let's say, for example, that I'm playing Tenma. Well, let me whip out the pen so that I can draw this in a way that conveys what's going on. So, essentially, at the start of every round, your persona starts off in basically the Oshi Push equivalent of the command zone called the studio. They add, at the start of the round, they add a number of bits to your bit bank that is equal to what they have on the card. So in this case, we have Tenma. She adds 3 bits to your bank. And essentially, once it gets around to your turn, you get to choose one of these 3 platforms where you would like to place Tenma. Let's say I choose the middle platform. I want to put Tenma onto Sad Girl Company because I want to try and capture this platform. Then, Then let's say you have this card in your hand. Content card. VTuber Coffee. 1 bit, 2 influence. During my turn, I can choose between taking one of 2 actions. Either I can choose to play VTuber Coffee, so I would pay 1 bit, so now I'd only be at 2 bits, and in exchange, I'd be able to put VTuber Coffee onto this platform, where the influence would add onto Tenma's, so that now I would have a total of 6 influence on this platform. However, I also have the option of using VTuber Coffee's discard ability in order to pitch this into my trash and then gain 1 bit, which would now mean that instead of only having 3 bits in the bank, I would now have 4 bits in the bank that I could potentially use to play something else or something bigger in order to enhance the amount of influence I have over this platform. You win at 1 million, right? So you just need to win 2 or 3 clashes to win the game? Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. So that's the main way that the individual turns, the individual rounds work. But at least in my opinion, the real meat and potatoes of this game, the real joy of this game, comes from being able to, have this gameplay using a deck that you built yourself around a specific strategy. And this is where, again, the flavor of this game comes into play, where you have, as of right now, each Origin member has a Persona card of their own, and each of these Persona cards have different deck building restrictions, different color, different content genre, while also having different stats and different effects. Different effects that tell you, at least in some way, how you should, what strategies you could implement over the course of, as you build a deck around them. For example, Tenma, pretty simple, right? 3 bits, 4 influence, clash award, draw 1 card. If you build a deck around Tenma, it's probably going to revolve around drawing cards, having a big hand, etc., etc. Oh, I forgot to mention, maximum hand size in Oshi Push is 7, however you start the game with 5. Hard draw is a pretty premium effect, and Tenma is, as of right now, one of the few cards that allow you to draw more cards in the middle of a round. Then you have Iori, a green Poggers card. 3 bits, 3 influence that states the first time you play an action card each round, Iori gains 2 influence this round. Nasa, purple Zatsudan. While you have 0 bits, Nasa gains 3 influence. 3 bits, 3 influence. Again, both Iori and Nasa, based off of the card effects, you would assume that the main playstyle that you would adopt is some sudden way of spending basically ambushing your opponent in various ways. Iori is built around ambushing your opponent by playing action cards that suddenly boost the amount of influence she provides at a platform. Whereas with Nasa, it's a combination of using activate effects and action cards action cards, activate effects, and content cards in order to use up all of your bits for one round, and then she gets a bonus. Michiru, purple Poggers card. 3 bits, 4 influence, while you have at least 1 content card on this platform that costs 3 bits or less, Michiru gains +1 influence. Basically, synergizing with really low-cost content cards. Leah, purple creative card. 3 bits, 3 influence. The first time you play a content card each round, Leah gains +2 influence this round. Again, implying that the main way that you're going to be synergizing with Leah is playing and replaying content cards every turn. Uruka, red creative persona. 3 bits, 4 influence. While you have exactly 1 content card on this platform, Uruka gains +1 influence, implying that the main strategy is going to be playing big cards on your big content cards, 1 on each platform, but each giving you a whole bunch of influence at once and then buffing up that 1 individually. And then Pippa, red Zatsudan persona. 3 bits, 4 influence, clash reward, gain 1 bit. Again, implying that your main strategy is going to revolve around playing content cards that are expensive but have massive game-shifting effects, because Pippa makes it much easier for you to build up a high amount of bits as a resource. Now, in addition to having each of these individual persona cards that can reflect different playstyles and that you can play in order to rep your Oshi, each persona card also has at least 2 cards that are designed to sort of nudge the player in a specific playstyle direction. One persona exclusive and 1 persona synergy. The persona exclusive, pretty self-explanatory. It is a card that you can only play if your persona is if you're repping a specific persona. For example, Feet, a holy deep dive. 5 bits for a content card that gives you 8 influence that you can only play if your persona is Leah. But it also has the clash reward of, if you have at least 5 more influence than your opponent at this platform, draw 2 cards. Really strong effect, but gatekept by the fact that you can only play this if you're also playing Leah. On the other hand, you have persona synergy cards, which are cards that can be played by any persona, but they have a unique bonus depending on whether you are playing a certain persona. For example, Internet Historian. Return 1 content card from your trash to your hand. For most personas, that would be by itself a decent effect. Trade 1 card in your hand for 1 in your discard pile. However, if you're playing Leah, then it gets a boost where if your persona is Rinko Ashelia, return up to 2 content cards instead. So now you're trading 1 card in your hand or 2 in your trash, which is a net positive of 1 card. Now, the thing is, by including these specific cards, 1 synergy card and 1 synergy card into the roster that players have to choose from, what Oshi Push essentially does is encourage you to look at various different playstyles and various strategies that you can end up pursuing that synergize with your persona. For example, based off of these 2 cards that they printed, we can then conclude that some of Leah's game plan, or one of the playstyles that Leah is built for, is value, right? Generating value and winning over your opponent with more value than they possess, and grinding out an advantage that grows bigger and bigger as the game goes on. And there are 2 other cards that, sort of synergize with this that you can then use as the foundation to build a deck around. For example, a card that synergizes with Feet, a holy deep dive, that gives you a bonus by allowing you to draw 2 cards if you have if there is a wide margin of influence between you and your opponent, would be a card like Dog Food Regret, a purple creative content card that has 4 influence and an additional effect that says, opposing content cards on this platform lose to influence. Now, what that means is every single content card on your opponent's side of the platform gets their influence reduced by 2. And this is an effect that grows stronger the more content cards your opponent has. If your opponent only has 2 cards, it inflicts a net negative of -4 influence. But if they have 4 cards, then it inflicts a net negative of -8 influence. And you can very easily see how a card like this synergizes with Feat, a Holy Deep Dive, that requires you to have a 5 or greater margin, 5 or greater disparity between you and your opponent in terms of influence over the platform. On top of that, you also have a content card that costs 2, purple Zatsudan content card that costs 2 bits, 3 influence, called Edgelord Behavior. It has an effect that states, when played, delete one opposing content card on this platform with 5 influence or less. And what this essentially does is trade 2 for 1. Not only do you get to delete a content card on your opponent's side of the platform that has 5 influence or less, but after you've removed that, this stays on the platform as a content card that adds influence to your side of the platform. Which means that if they want to get rid of this, they're probably going to have to play an additional card of their own, thus trading 2 for 1. And you can probably see how this synergizes with Internet Historian, because let's say, for example, that this gets removed or that you win the platform, this gets put into your discard pile. You can get it back using Internet Historian and therefore play it all over again. Billy's missing for the part of the stream that is probably going to be most appealing. Truly a tragedy. And so, again, this all adds up to a really strong foundation for you to find strategies where, you, for example, if you're playing Leah, right, it nudges you strongly in the direction of going, okay, what would a deck built around accruing this kind of value, this sort of tit-for-tat playstyle, what would that look like? And, looking for chairs, looking for chairs, I was reading chat, looking for cards that would allow you to capitalize off of that main strategy. On the other hand, just to give you another example, let's say, for example, you're playing Uruka instead. Uruka has a unique action card that states, each player chooses 1 content card on this platform, delete all other content cards on this platform. Now, the way that this synergizes with Uruka's effect is it basically forces your opponent to play according to your playstyle, where you only have 1 content card per platform, by essentially forcing them to choose only one of their content cards on the platform and deleting all of the others. Which means that chances are, because you've built your deck around that strategy, you will probably have that advantage because your opponent didn't build their deck around the same idea. Uruka also has access to another action card, that's green creative action card for 1 bit that states gain 2 bits. Then if your persona, again, on its own, for any other persona, this is a card that's kind of meh, right? 1 bit for 2 bits is a net positive of 1 bit, which in exchange for 1 card out of your hand isn't really that good. However, on Uruka, it has the additional clause of, if your persona is Fujikura Uruka, the next content card you play this round costs 1 bit less, which means that you get a net positive of 2 bits on the same platform, and that is a good deal more valuable. And then you start looking at the other cards that Uruka has access to. So again, looking for cards that are either red or have the creative genre attached to them. For example, Diss Track, a purple creative action card that costs 3 bits that states, reduce the influence of 1 opposing content card on this platform to 0 this clash. Now you can probably see how this combos with, sorry, give me a second. You can probably see how this combos with Bear With Me, Because if you can make it so that your opponent only has one content card on their side of the platform, and then you play diss track to reduce that one platform's influence to 0, regardless of whatever it was to begin with, that's a pretty solid way of winning the clash on that platform. Same thing when it comes to Let Them Cook, a red creative content card that costs 5 bits, but gives 13 influence. That is a massive amount of influence for only 5 bits. However, it has the trade-off of, when played, you have to delete all other content cards on this platform. Except on Uruka, that's not really much of a drawback, because if you play it as the very first card that you put onto the platform, then it's going to have 0 drawback whatsoever. But even if you do have other smaller content cards, let's say, you still manage to get the benefit of 13 influence, but now you also trigger Uruka's passive bonus effect, where if you only have one content card on the platform she's on, she gets more influence. And you can easily see how a card like this synergizes with Freeze Spit, because Freeze Spit basically allows you to play this one turn sooner than you would otherwise be able to. Let's say on turn 1, you start off with 3 bits, right? And so usually you would have to wait until next round in order to play Let Him Cook, because you would need to save up, right? You know, you gain 3 additional bits at the beginning of the second round, and therefore you have 6 bits in your bank and enough to play Let Him Cook for 5. However, if you have Free Spit in hand on turn 1, what you can do is you go from 3 bits down -1 equals 2 bits. Then this gives you an additional 2 bits from the card's effect. Then your next content card costs 1 less this round, which means that you get a total of 5 bits on round 1. And then you can drop Let 'Em Cook on the very first round that you are, well, contesting a platform for, which is probably going to win you the clash for that round. Now, these are just 2 examples of how Oshi Push has done a pretty good job, in my opinion, of giving you the foundations to explore a whole bunch of different playstyles and strategies. The thing that has grabbed me above all with this game is how much thought they've put, not just into the flavor of the cards, not just into, getting good artwork, but also in making sure that there are card synergies that you can use to create a whole bunch of different playstyles. And so, the point at which I really fell off the deep end when it came to Oshi Push was when I started looking to see if I could play the game according to my very favorite playstyle that I default to in every single TCG I touch: Control. And so, looking at these individual personas and their bonus effects, right? Their specific play styles that they reward, that they nudge you towards, right? Based off of everything we've talked about so far, how each color corresponds to a specific play style, how the effects add up to a specific benefit. Between all of these persona cards, Tenma, Iori, Nasa, Michiru, Lia, Uruka, and Pippa, I'm curious as to your thoughts as to which of these personas, in your opinion, would be the persona that you would assume works best with Control as a playstyle. The obvious answer would be all the purple ones, because purple corresponds with Control cards, right? Nasa, Lia, Michiru. However, I've also seen arguments being made for Uruka or Iori. Uruka because she has a lot of ways of deleting cards so that she sets up that one-on-one scenario that we talked about earlier. But also Iori because she's really good at ambushing your opponent with action cards when they don't expect it. But when I was first learning from Morlington and Kara, there was one card that didn't really get identified or picked out as a card that you would play for control. Yeah, people in chat are already picking up on it, right? Tenma. A lot of... When I was first playing games with Morlington and Kara, it seemed like, or at least from the start, it seemed like the way that they conceived of Tenma was more just value, right? Econ. Drawing cards, having more cards in hand, and therefore trying to play out the game that way. However, what Tenma provides is the one crucial element that any type of control playstyle absolutely requires, and that is card draw. Without cards in hand, without card advantage, basically the ability to have more cards, therefore more options than your opponent to deal with whatever they're about to do, you can't play control. Control protects itself from other strategies by having card advantage and therefore playing a psychological game with your opponent where the more cards you have in hand, the more they have to think about, the more answers you might have, the more things that they have to play around. And what Tenma does is she is a card that revolves around being able to draw you even more cards. If you look at her upgrade cards, for example, every upgrade card that you have on Tenma, she is unique in that she has not 2 but 3 upgrade cards to her name. In her first upgrade card, it just increases her stats, right? 1 more bit per round, 2 more influence. Her second upgrade card, Mrs. Worldwide. It upgrades not just her stats, but also her clash reward. Instead of just drawing 1 card when you win a clash, now you draw 2 cards but then discard 1 card. It's still the same in terms of only being a net positive of 1 card, but now you get card filtering as well. And then finally, her final form, 30ma, the biggest upgrade that you can get on Tenma. Increase the stats again from 5 bits, from 3 bits to 4 bits to 5 bits to 6 bits per turn, and 7 influence, same thing as the previous version. But now, instead of only drawing, instead of having to discard 1 card after drawing 2 after winning a clash, now you get to draw 2 cards and keep 2 cards after winning a clash. Plus that additional effect that I mentioned earlier, where if you have 5 or more cards in hand, she gains +4 influence. And when you take a look at the unique cards that Tenma has access to, Fuck You and Yell at Fish, both of these are action cards that also synergize with having more cards in your hand, with drawing more cards. And so we have what is perhaps the best persona when it comes to building a deck that revolves around control. And to really showcase just how versatile this game is in terms of allowing you to adopt different strategies or different flavors of the same strategy, even if you're just using one persona, I'm going to show off 3 different Tenma decks that I've managed to build around using her innate capacity for card draw. Tenma Balls, Tenma Bank, and Tenma Mindbreak. We'll start off with the first one. Now, generally when you approach deck building, it starts with understanding a fundamental problem with your playstyle and then figuring out how you're going to tackle that problem, right? So essentially, with Tenma, obviously her strength is card advantage, right? She's able to get you more cards, draw you more cards. She gets stronger the more cards you have in hand, etc., etc. However, Tenma's weaknesses are bit generation and, as we will see in a little bit, removal. Now, the reason as to why Tenma struggles a little bit with bit generation is pretty one of those deck names. By the time I'm done explaining these strategies, hopefully you'll be able to understand where I got the names from. So, I'd be curious to see when in the explanation you guys pick up on why I called these decks the names that I did. So, essentially, the more cards you have in order to play, right, the less bits you have access to, because the more cards you play, obviously you need to spend more bits. And Tenma is usually in a position where she draws so many cards that you run out of bits before you run out of cards. So obviously what ends up happening is Tenma tends to struggle a little bit when it comes to keeping, a threshold number of bits. She struggles with bit generation. Now, there are two ways that you can go about remedying a weakness in your playstyle. The first method that you can use is mitigation, where you basically look at a flaw in your playstyle, a weakness that has been built into it, and you try to include cards in your deck that give you ways of sort of softening the impact of it on your gameplay. When it comes to bit generation, one of the ways that you can get around it, one of the ways you can get around Tenma's weakness in this regard, is by including cards that generate bits. Now, unfortunately with Tenma, she only has access to two of them. Sponsorship, which is an action card, a creative green action card that costs 1 that states, one of your content cards on this platform gains Clash Reward gain 3 bits. Now, that is quite a lot, right? Net positive of 2 bits. But it is conditional. You have to win the clash in order to do it, and you have to attach the effect, the reward, onto a content card, which means that your opponent can respond to it in 2 ways. Either they can try to stop you from winning the clash, or they can remove the content card, which means that in either instance, what ends up happening is you end up paying 1 bit and then having nothing to show for it. The alternative is using free spit, which in exchange for 1 bit gains you 2 bits, because we're playing with Tenma, not Uruka. So you only get a net positive of 1 bit, which again is still a net positive, but it's not really worth it because you still need to lose a card from your hand in order to get that effect. And Tenma is a card that incentivizes you to hold as many cards in hand as humanly possible to get as much benefit out of her innate effects. And so, when it comes to mitigation, that's not really a great option for Tenma to deal with that weakness of bit generation. However, that's only the first method that you can use to try and tackle a weakness in your playstyle. The second approach that you can use in order to deal with a weakness in your playstyle is to equalize the playing field by forcing your opponent to deal with the exact same weakness. And to explain what I mean by that, we're going to have to talk about the other thing that most people associate with control, right? Besides card draw and card advantage. Removal. Ways of dealing with what your opponent has played ahead of time. And when it comes to removal in Oshi Push, there are a lot of cards. Purple offers you a lot of cards in order to remove things that your opponent has done. Remove content cards, etc., etc. Now, Oshi Push has a lot of forms of hard removal. For example, Vomit Drawer. Purple Zatsudan action card. For 2 bits, delete 1 opposing content card with 6 influence or less. Same thing with Desk Slab. Purple Poggers action card, 2 bits, delete 1 content card that costs 3 bits or less. We already talked about Edgelord behavior, but you also have, for example, Mahjong Tournament. Purple Poggers content card that costs 7 bits, and when you play it, if this is on an independent platform, you get to delete 1 content card on any platform. And finally, you have Eat a Spider. Purple Zatsudan content card, 7 bits, 7 influence, play only if your persona is Pipkin Pippa. When you play a content card at this platform, including this one, delete an opposing content card on this platform with less influence than the content card you just played. And if you're going to be playing Control, you need some form of removal. However, can you guys see a little bit of a problem when it comes to using or integrating hard removal into a Tenma deck based off of the selection that we currently have in front of us. Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to hydrate for a little bit. Daniel Smith. That's exactly right. The problem is, all of these forms of hard removal cannot be used with Tenma, because they are all either purple or they are Poggers or Zatsudan. In order to use a card with Tenma, they have to be either green or they have to be an experience card. None of these cards fall into that category. In fact, when you actually look at the current selection of cards available in the game, Tenma only has access to one single form of hard removal. Yell at Fish, a card that is unique to her. This is the only form of hard removal that Tenma has access to. And it is a form of hard removal that is heavily reliant on you holding a high amount of cards in hand. In most cases, usually, this is a card that can only delete content cards that cost 6 or less. Sometimes 5 or most of the times 5 or less. And as a result, because your maximum hand size is 7, and when you play this card, the number of cards in your hand drops by 1. So, when it comes to hard removal, Tenma's kind of stuck. And so the question then becomes, how do you get rid of cards that your opponent has already played if you're going to be playing a control deck? And this is where we get to the second form of removal that most card games give you access to. Obviously, you have hard removal. This is the type that most people think of when they think removal, right? Things that destroy a card that your opponent has played, right? Sends it to the discard pile, etc., etc. But there is a second form of removal that you can use. Soft removal. When you, instead of sending a card to the discard pile, where they usually cannot be played, you send the card back to your opponent's hand, where they do have the option of replaying it, but it still is, at least temporarily, put out of play. And soft removal, returning a card to its owner's hand, is something that we colloquially in TCGs refer to as bouncing. You're starting to see where I got the name from? And so, when it comes to Oshi Push, ahead of time, the people who made the game have thought to make it so that when it comes to experience personas, they have access to removal, but only in the form of soft removal. These are the only forms of removal that Tenma has access to. Cards that bounce content cards on your opponent's side of the platform back into their hand. For example, First Date, a purple experience content card that costs 1 bit, has 3 influence, but has an activated effect that says, return this to the top of your deck, return 1 content card with 2 or less on this platform to its owner's hand. Succumb to Cringe, a purple experience action card that says, for 2 bits, return 1 content card that costs 3 or less to its owner's hand. And finally, Peaceful ASMR, a purple experience content card that costs 7 bits, has 10 influence, but states, when played, you may return 1 content card from this platform to its owner's hand. Now, one thing that you may realize upon examining the effect of bouncing is, while bouncing does mean that your opponent can replay the card, what it actually does, if you're thinking about it from a resource generation standpoint, is bouncing a card is the same thing as doubling its cost, because your opponent has to play it twice. And this is how this strategy basically equalizes the playing field by forcing your opponent to be just as strapped for bits as you are. Because whereas you are in a position where, you know, you have too many cards to play with the number of bits you have, with this strategy, what you've essentially done is, in the ideal scenario, double the cost of all of their cards by returning them back to their hand. And when you've now leveled the playing field so that both you and your opponent have issues with bit generation, you are now putting yourself at an advantage by default. Because whereas both of you are now in a position where you struggle to generate bits, only Tenma has the ability to keep generating the other form of resource, which is drawing cards. And just like that, we've managed to fix one of the main problems, one of the main weaknesses that was built into Tenma's playstyle as a persona. But it goes a little bit deeper than that, because like I said before, one of the things that really grabbed me with this game was the amount of synergies that you could spot between different cards if you actually tried deck building with them and looking at what they do. What this does, yeah, purple guy, bounce gives you tempo. Again, that's usually something that you would not associate with an econ deck, or with a resource generation deck, or with a control deck. But in actuality, what this has done is leverage a deck with control tendencies, or with a kind of semi-control playstyle, and essentially converted it into a kind of tempo deck, which on paper is not something that you would assume that Tenma is built for. Let's take one of these cards, right? First Date. Deceptively simple card. 1 bit, 3 influence, an activated effect that bounces 1 card that costs 2 or less. Now, generally speaking, if we're talking purely in terms of value trades, the way that you want to use this card is, remember that activate can be used during any stage of the round, including in the middle of a clash. What that means is, if you're in the middle of a clash and you choose to bounce a content card from your opponent's side of the platform, they can't replay it until the next round. Which means that there are 2 cases in which you are very happy to use the activated effect. Yeah, that is Pippa. So, in one scenario, if you're just playing it in order to bounce a card so that your opponent is forced to spend more bits, generally you are very happy if you manage to bounce a card that costs 2, because it costs 1 more than the amount of bits you've spent in order to play First Date, and therefore what you've managed to do is now your opponent is at a disadvantage, a disparity when it comes to the amount of bits that they have to spend in order to make a play, in order to get 1 content card to stick on their side of the platform, compared to how many bits you had to spend in order to get this onto the platform. However, the second scenario is Chimp King. So what you're telling me is Tenma is doing the bouncing on it. When I was choosing a name for this deck, I was 50-50 between Bounce on it Dio and Tenma Balls. And in the end, I chose Tenma Balls because it's shorter and I think it's funnier. But the second scenario in which you are very happy to use this effect is when you're in the middle of a clash and you're bouncing a card that has more influence than this. Because what ends up happening... Oh, Hero! Thanks for tuning in for as long as you have. I hope you enjoy the rest of the VOD later on. Because what ends up happening is when you're in the middle of a clash and you choose to use the effect to bounce one of your opponent's cards, because it sends itself back to the top of your deck, you lose 3 influence. But if you bounce a card that has more than 3 influence, now you've managed to put yourself at an advantage over your opponent. And that's where this card truly shines as a kind of countermeasure if you are targeting your opponent's content cards. But, and this is where the synergy thing comes in, that's just one application of First Date's effect when you choose to target your opponent's cards. because the effect reads one content card on this platform to its owner's hand. It doesn't specify your opponent's content card, which means that you can target your own. And Tenma also has access to other content cards that cost 2 or less that have effects that trigger when you play them. For example, Encore Performance. A green creative content card that costs 2 bits, has 4 influence, but also has the additional effect that when you play it, you get to return 1 content card from your trash to your hand. What essentially happens is if you are in a point in the game where your opponent doesn't actually have any cards that you would like to bounce or that you can bounce on their side of the platform, you can still get value out of First State. Because if you play Encore Performance, you retrieve a card from your discard pile. Usually it would be stuck there until the platform is captured and then it gets deleted. But with First State, you can bounce your own Encore Performance back into your hand and then play it again to keep grabbing cards out of your discard pile. And remember, this says 1 card. It doesn't specify what kind of card, action, upgrade, content. It could be any of those. Any card of your choice from your discard pile can be retrieved with this combo. This is an incredibly powerful neutral play because if you're not trying to remove something from your opponent, if your opponent doesn't get rid of either of these 2 cards, you can keep doing this over and over with no limits to it so long as you have the bits to do it. However, that's also ignoring the fact that when you activate the effect, First Date puts itself out of play, thus giving you the ability to replay it. See, what usually happens, and this is usually the way that First Date balances itself if it's any other persona using the card, is in exchange for activating the ability, you have to gimp your next draw. Because now, instead of drawing whatever card was at the top of your deck, you have to draw First Date at the start of the next round. However, Tenma gets around this problem because her clash reward is that you get to draw a card, which means that if you use the effect and you win a clash with Tenma on the platform, you instantly get First Date back into your hand and you still get to draw a fresh card at the beginning of the next round. However, more importantly, when you get this card back in your hand, that means you get to replay it. And there are other content cards that Tenma has access to that synergize both with bouncing cards as a strategy of removal and also replaying the same card multiple times. For example, Courtroom Roleplay, a red experience content card that costs 2 bits, has 4 influence, but has an additional line of text that says, while any opponent has 3 or more cards in their hand, this card gains +3 influence. What that means is, if you have both First Date and Courtroom Roleplay in play on a platform, and your opponent has a content card on their side of the platform that costs 2 bits or less, and you use First Date to bounce it back into their hand. If their hand now has 3 cards or more, it is basically the same as if you never lost the bonus from First Date in terms of influence. Because just as you lose 3 influence from First Date putting itself back on the top of your deck, Courtroom Roleplay gains a bonus of 3 influence so that you still maintain a lead of 7 influence from content cards on the same platform. However, when you realize that you can keep replaying First Date over and over after you bounce it back after you send it back to the top of your deck and you draw it again, and therefore replay it at the beginning, sometime during the next round or whenever you choose to replay it, you also have synergies with this card, Origins Video, a red experience content card that costs 3 bits, has 6 influence, but has the added effect of whenever you play an experience content card, including this one, this card gains +2 this round. And guess what? First Date is an experience content card, which means that if you have Origin's video in play on any platform, mind you, it doesn't matter where you play First Date. You can keep boosting this to an 8 influence content card over and over again during successive rounds. And these are all of the various synergies that all stem from just one card. But then we start talking about the strategies, the synergies, the various cards that synergize with the overall strategy of bouncing cards back to your opponent's hand. And when it comes to those, we have 2 additional content cards. Cinema Date, a red experience content card that costs 4 bits, has 2 influence, which again seems like a bad trade-off, until you read the effect, which says, during a clash at this platform, if you are dominating this platform, meaning if you have more content cards available on the platform than your opponent, opposing content cards don't contribute any influence to this platform. What that essentially means is, so long as you have more platform cards on the platform than, so long as you have more content cards on a platform than your opponent, it basically means that their content cards contribute, they have their influence set to 0 during the clash. And so the way that synergizes, obviously, if you're bouncing cards back to your opponent's hand, they're going to have less cards on a platform than you do, which means that this is going to be an effect that isn't really that hard to trigger from your perspective. And once those cards are back in your opponent's hand, you have another card called Math Stream, a green Zatsudan content card that costs 3 bits, has 5 influence, but states, the cost of content cards your opponents play on this platform is increased by 1. So once you put this down on the platform, not only do you have the option of sending those cards back to your opponent's hand, sending your opponent's content cards back to their hand, but if they want to replay them, it's now even more expensive and even more difficult for them to do so. So you essentially lock those cards in their hand. And then this is just one half of the whole, right? Because obviously this is our removal strategy, right? This is our tax strategy, where we inflict the same bit shortage problem that we have to deal with onto our opponent, while also using bouncing as our main method of removal. But on top of that, remember that Tenma has really strong synergies with holding a bunch of cards in your hand at any one given point in time. Card draw, having a big hand, etc, etc, etc. And there are, surprise, surprise, cards that synergize with that aspect of Tenma's game plan as well. Again, when it comes to grabbing cards that synergize with Big Tenma, right? The short form that I use to refer to Tenma's third upgrade, or 30ma. Synergizes basically gets an influence bonus whenever you have 5 or more cards in hand. And so obviously you would want cards that give you more cards in hand. As a result, 2 cards that I've chosen to include into this deck as well. A random new games, thank you for the 5. What demonic part of your soul did you pull this deck out of? Oh, if you think this deck is bad, wait until you see the other decks that I've managed to make with Tenma's persona. So when it comes to the other 2 cards that synergize with this really well, one of them is Puzzle Handcam, a green experience content card that costs 2 bits, has 2 influence. Again, seems like a bad trade-off, seems kind of low, low influence for the cost, until you read the effect, which is, if this card would be deleted, return this card to your hand instead. What that basically means is you can establish a presence on a platform without having to be worried about losing the content card once that platform has been captured. Because instead of being deleted, this just gets bounced back into your hand, which makes it a lot easier to maintain 5 or more cards in hand. Alan, thanks for tuning in for as long as you have. I hope you enjoy the VOD, my guy. The second card, pretty obvious, is called Microphone Upgrade, a green experience action card that costs 4 and states your persona gains 5 influence this clash and you draw 2 cards. Again, basically just saying that you get to have more cards in hand and making sure that you maintain that 5 or more threshold. And so, when you put all of this together, what you get is a tempo deck that has control leanings, where instead of hard removing your opponent's cards, you basically attempt to run them out of bits until all of their cards are permanently trapped in their hand, and you are left with the only one who has any presence on a given platform. This is a deck that is absolutely disgusting when it comes to locking down, choosing a single platform, and then locking it down. Essentially, your early game is going to be defined by playing First Date and Puzzle Hand Cam. Puzzle Hand Cam, First Date, and Courtroom Roleplay. Courtroom Roleplay and First Date so that you can control whether your opponent has any cards on their side of the platform, and Puzzle Hand Cam as a way of gaining a presence on a platform without having to worry about what's going to happen if you end up capturing it or if your opponent ends up capturing it. In the mid-game, you have things like Origins Video and Math Stream in order to both double down on your presence on a platform while stopping your opponent from re-establishing theirs. You have things like Succumb to Cringe and Yell at Fish to really make sure that your opponent's content cards get deleted from the platform. Maybe if it comes to, a card in your discard pile that you'd like to get back, you can have Encore Performance, you can play Encore Performance and loop it with First Date as well to get back those cards that you want from your discard pile so that you can play them all over again. Even if you end up capturing a platform and you lose cards besides Puzzle Hand Cam, no problem. You can just grab them back using Encore Performance and First Date. However, let's say, for example, that you are now at a stage where your opponent is starting to drop really big content cards that have a massive amount of influence per individual card. No problem. Play Cinema Date. Dominate the platform using more content cards than your opponent, and all of a sudden, their big content card contributes 0 influence during a clash. And then, over the entire time, you are ramping using sponsorship. You are drawing through your deck using Microphone Upgrade, using Tenma's Upgrade, and also as a finisher, just in case they manage to get a content card to stick that is above the threshold of the cards you can remove using First Date, or Succumb to Cringe, or Yell at Fish, you whip out Peaceful ASMR as a finisher. You bounce that card back to their hand regardless of how much it cost or how much influence it provides. And usually at the late stages of the game, cards start costing a lot more. And when you double the cost of a card that costs 7 or 8 or 9 or even 10 bits to play, generally at that point in time, because of the way that you've been playing throughout the entirety of the early and mid game, they don't have the bits to spare in order to replay that card. Which means that it doesn't matter if you're only bouncing it to their hand instead of their discard pile. It's basically permanent removal. And so that's how you get the that's how I managed to build Tenma balls. This is the control/tempo version of what a Tenma deck might look like. But one of the things that was really helpful to me when I was building this deck is I came across a sort of convenient core, a set of cards, 23 cards out of 40, that you would probably want to include in any Tenma deck. Cards that are a package, a self-contained package that synergize with one another. And these cards are First Date and Encore Performance for the discard retrieval combo. Obviously, you have Tenma's upgrades. Her first upgrade, Mi-chan, the 3-cost upgrade, just so you can increase her stats temporarily, and then 30-ma, so that you can improve her clash reward effect. Yell at Fish, because that's the only form of hard removal Tenma has. Puzzle Hand Cam to make sure you have cards in hand even after establishing presences on platforms using content cards, microphone upgrades so that you can maintain a hand size of 5 or above, and finally sponsorship, because that's the best form of bit generation that Tenma has access to. And once you have this shell of a deck, you can essentially sub in the remaining 17 cards, or whatever 17 cards left out of the 40, in order to create different play styles. Create decks that do slightly different things. And it is from that point that I started branching out and trying to find other strategies that you could employ while still only staying with Tenma. And so we hinge on, and this was a combo that that was brought to my attention actually by Hiro Ubano, who was here in chat earlier on. And I want to see if you guys can spot what it is. And the combo starts with a card called Mama Cameo, a green experience content card that costs 3 bits, has 4 influence, but has an activated ability that says, return this to your hand, gain 2 bits. Now, on the surface, it's pretty meh, right? A net negative of 1 bit if you end up playing the card and then using the activate ability. But it might be convenient in terms of surprising your opponent by, let's say for example, having it on the board, then bouncing it back to your hand while also giving you enough bits to then play Yell at Fish, and then suddenly deleting a content card from your opponent's side of the board when they weren't expecting it. That's one use of this card. However, the second half of this combo is a card called Clip Out of Context, a green Zatsudan content card that costs 10 bits, gives you 21 influence over a platform, but has the effects of stating, content cards cost you 2 less to play on other platforms. When you play this card, you may play content cards on other platforms as though your persona were there this round, which basically means the turn that you play it, you get to play content cards on any platform. It doesn't matter if your persona is on that platform or not. You just get to play it regardless. Can you guys spot what the combo between these 2 cards is based off of their text and their effects? Shellshock, Xanthopy. Exactly. This is a combo that allows you to go infinite, because Clip Out of Context reduces Mama Cameo's cost by 2, meaning that so long as Clip Out of Context is in play, Mama Cameo only costs 1, except its activate ability gives you 2. Which means that playing this card, so long as Clip Out of Context is in play, gives you the ability to infinitely generate bits. As you can probably imagine, this is the extreme opposite of the previous deck's play pattern, where instead of mitigating bit generation as a Tenma issue by inflicting the same problem onto our opponent, this essentially obliterates that issue for us by giving us access to infinite bits. And so the idea for a deck was born. So obviously, if you have a combo deck, the most important thing that you want to do is make sure that as many of the other cards in your deck as possible allow you to draw through your deck so that you can find the pieces of the combo faster. Therefore, I went for both Free Spit, which again, maybe not that worth it in terms of Alright, I'm sold on the game now. I'm glad I managed to sell at least one person on it. So free spit, like I talked about earlier, not great value for the cost of one card, but if we're going to be playing a combo that basically revolves around giving us infinite bits, and that requires us to have 11 bits to play, whatever means possible to reach that number of bits as quickly as possible, I'm okay with it. Therefore, I've chosen to include free spit into this deck. The other inclusion that I've now made into this deck is a green Zatsudan content card called Marshmallows that costs 3 bits, gives you 4 influence, but the more important thing is that when it's played, it draws you 1 card. The only reason why I included this card is because it replaces itself, meaning that I am allowed to continue digging through my deck even while I try to establish an early game presence so that I don't lose the game on the spot. Xanthopy, is there any counterplay? Yes, there is. However, the counterplay revolves around either removing one of these 2 cards or attempting to make it as difficult as possible for Tenma in the early to mid game, because this is admittedly a late game combo. You need 11 bits in a single turn in order to actually pull this off, assuming that you even have it in hand. Drawing through your deck takes even longer, and if you lose the game, then you can't play this combo. So again, it sounds silly, but that's the counterplay for this deck, is that it's usually quite slow to start. You can try to ramp, but again, your opponent can do something to stop you from being able to be successful. And so you have the combo, you have the cards necessary to draw through your deck to find the pieces of that combo, but all the combo does is give you infinite bits. Infinite bits isn't going to win you the game. This is all just an elaborate form of setup. What you then need is payoff. And when it comes to payoff, there are 2 expensive cards that stood out to me during deck building as real haymakers. The first is a purple experience action card called Parasocial Trap. For 7 bits, you get to steal one of your opponent's Oshi marks at any given platform. You can probably imagine how this synergizes with the strategy, because chances are, in trying to ramp up enough bits to get to 11, the threshold you need to actually play the combo, your opponent probably would have been able to win a few clashes and put a few Oshi marks on those platforms. After you actually get the combo going, after you reach infinite bits, now, conveniently, every single Oshi mark they put onto a platform is now yours, because you can steal them by spamming Parasocial Trap. However, on top of that, if you are really in a position where you have the combo set up, but you might lose if you pass the turn, you might lose during the next clash if your opponent is allowed to, because they have more presence on their respective platforms. No problem. You can play Beating You with a Frying Pan ASMR, a green experience action card that costs 8 bits but states, return all content cards in play to their owner's hands. And all of a sudden, you've just reset the board state. All platforms no longer have any content cards. And what's more, in a scenario where your upgraded Tenma persona is facing off against another upgraded persona on the same platform, but neither of you has content cards in play, Tenma is usually the persona that is going to win. Because, as you remember, Tenma gets stronger the more cards you have in hand, which means that she will have her bonus, but most other personas will not have theirs. Which is what makes these 2 payoffs so devious when you play them in conjunction with infinite bits. And the worst part about playing against this is that just surviving one instance of your opponent playing these cards is not going to cut it, because, as we established before, you can keep playing these cards over and over by retrieving them from your discard pile using the combo of First Date and Encore Performance. In fact, this combo makes it pretty difficult to stave off, makes it pretty much impossible to prevent the Tenma player from assembling the pieces of the combo, because even if you manage to remove one of the pieces and send it to the discard pile, you can just get it back using First Date and Encore Performance. You can delay. This is why I said that aggression is the main form of counterplay, because you can delay the rate at which the Tenma player gets to assemble the pieces of this combo, but you can't really prevent it, because they can just keep getting those pieces back even if they are put into the discard pile. And so, by the end of this, we have not just a Tenma tempo deck, but a Tenma combo deck. One that revolves around not just equalizing by sharing, doubling and paying forward the problem that the playstyle struggles with, but outright blasting the problem into the stratosphere altogether by completely bypassing that problem and replacing it with the ability to generate infinite bits. But, like I said before, these two strategies, the remaining two strategies, out of the three that I alluded to right at the beginning of this segment, were, as I promised, the evilest strategies that I could possibly think of using Tenma's persona. But there is still one more left, and this is perhaps the worst of the bunch in my opinion. Not because it is that competitively viable, but because of how psychologically oppressive it is to play against. Even more so, I would argue, than the prior two that we have discussed. And it all starts with one idea. I really wanted to make beating you with a frying pan ASMR work in a deck. Because it's fucking funny, right? It is an action card that bounces every single content card back to their owner's hand. It looks funny, it sounds funny, and it creates a scenario that is heavily favored towards Tenma, because in a scenario where neither persona has cards on board, but both persona has plenty of cards in hand, Tenma, more often than not, ends up coming out on top. And so I started off looking at what a deck that revolves around beating you with a frying pan ASMR would look like. And obviously, in a deck like that, you would probably want two things. Cards that allow you to really lean into the surprise aspect of the action card, and also cards that allow you to draw into it faster. To that end, I thought to include Mama Cameo and Killer Hands. Mama Cameo we've already talked about before. You can play this card onto what Mama Cameo, and again, this is where this is why I call it the most toxic late game in Oshi Push. Where the psychological aspect of this strategy comes in is, over the course of this game, what essentially ends up happening if things go well is you condition your opponent to be extremely scared of the number 8. Because what you can do with Mama Cameo is, so long as you have access to 8 bits at any one given point in time, your opponent needs to constantly play around the threat of beating you with a frying pan ASMR. Let's say you have 9 bits. You spend 3 bits to play Mama Cameo. Your opponent looks at your bit bank, sees you only have 6 bits, and concludes that it's safe to play as if you aren't able to use beating you with a frying pan ASMR. Only then for you to, in the middle of the platform phase, activate Mama Cameo's ability, gain 2 bits, go back up to 8, and then drop beating you with a frying pan ASMR, therefore bouncing all of the content cards back into their owner's hands. Except you're not really affecting yourself with it because you've already bounced Mama Cameo. The only person who's being affected in that scenario is your opponent. In the interest, though, of doubling down on the psychological aspect, while also allowing you to draw through your deck faster, you have Killer Hands, a green Pogger's action card that costs 2 bits but states, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck, draw 1 action card from among them, and put the rest onto the bottom of your deck. If your persona is Iori, draw 2 action cards from among them instead. We're not Iori, so we don't worry about that second part. But the first part is already enough. Essentially, what you get to do is dig through the first 4 cards of your deck and then take out an action card from among them. Not only is this good for allowing you to dig through more of your deck to find beating you with a frying pan, but there is a psychological aspect to this as well. Usually, when you play this card, the fact that you have to reveal those cards before you get to draw one of them is somewhat of an equalizing thing, right? It's a disadvantage to you, in order to counteract the fact that you were able to dig for it in the first place. However, in the case of beating you with a frying pan, it tends to have the opposite effect, where the fact that your opponent is now aware that you are holding this card in your hand makes them change the way that they play. And this is where the real shit kicks in, because the counterplay to beating you with a frying pan ASMR is to play your content cards more conservatively. What that means is, once your opponent is aware that you have the option of just hitting the panic button and returning all content cards back to their owner's hand, that's going to disincentivize them from becoming too heavily invested on the board, which means that they will probably end up playing out their content cards a little bit slower, at a slower pace, only having 1 or 2 or maybe 3 content cards in play at any one time. They're going to start holding cards in their hand. And this is where we get to the so-called, what is perhaps the worst dilemmas that you can inflict onto another player in this game. Because see how the counterplay to beating you with a frying pan ASMR is holding cards in hand. Tenma has access to other cards that punish you for holding cards in your hand. And I'm not just talking about courtroom roleplay, which, are content cards that gain more influence the bigger your opponent's hand is. No, I'm talking about good old discard. Because Tenma has access to the only 2 cards that make your opponents discard from their hand in the entire game. One of them being Rage Game, which I showed on stream before, earlier on in this stream, a green Pogger's content card that costs 4, has 6 influence, but makes your opponent discard 1 card from their hand when you play it, and the other being Batsu Bracket, a green Pogger's content card that costs 7, has 10 influence, but causes your opponent to discard 2 cards from their hand once you play it. And the real kicker is when you start playing both of these sets of cards at the same time. Because if they want to play around beating you with a frying pan, they make themselves vulnerable to Batsu Bracket and Rage Game. But if they want to play around discard by emptying their hand before you force them to discard them, they get sucked into a trap where they become more vulnerable to beating you with a frying pan. So you essentially put them into a position where, in the uber late game, they are trapped in a lose-lose, where they either cannot play the cards or they cannot hold the cards. And it's your decision as to which one they have to be more afraid of. This is why card advantage is such a big thing in control decks, because if you have a whole bunch of cards in hand, they have to play around all of these, which means that they have to make a snap judgment as to whether you are currently honing in on making them discard or making them bounce. And if they choose the wrong one, the penalty is immense. I have had games where we've gone into the late game playing this deck, and because my opponent hasn't managed to win enough platform cards before I've gotten enough bits stored up, I've started to use this combo. And if you're... Okay, actually, one of the reasons why I term this the most toxic late game in Oshi Push is because if your opponent is playing a deck that does not run card draw, discard is devastating to them. Because what ends up happening is if you end up going first, they basically have no counterplay. Because the moment you play Rage Game or Batsu Bracket, if they have no way of drawing more cards during the rest of the round and they only have 1 or 2 or 3 cards in hand, as is usually the case in the late game among decks that don't have card draw built into them, you basically turn your opponent into a nugget. They can't do anything because they have no cards to play, and their persona is basically stuck on the platform they selected right at the start of the round. They are a sitting duck. And this is when you realize the full fantasy of the full power fantasy of the control playstyle. If you are able to get into the uber late game, this deck is by far the most demoralizing deck to play against, because when you're stuck in a position where you have no cards in hand and all you can do is pass the turn back to the Tenma player, what ends up happening is your opponent is now functionally playing the game only with your permission. And that is why this deck, by far, perhaps the most control out of the three, and also the most demoralizing to play, the most oppressive out of the three, if it is allowed to survive into the late game. And with this deck, just for maximum consistency, I've chosen to include 3 copies of all of those 13 different cards that I showed off. And, you know, basically you have a flex spot. You can include whatever card you want into as the 40th card in this deck. It doesn't really matter what you include, because I'd make the argument that this strategy on its own is enough. But, again, I hope this segment has served to show you guys how much versatility and how much you get to express your favorite, yourself as a player through different playstyles in the deck building process. How much thought they've put into actually making sure that they have strategies, synergies built into the various cards that they've added into this deck. Because so far, I have managed to show you guys how to build and play a tempo deck, a combo deck, and a cancer deck. And bear in mind, yes, these are similar strategies, but they are still very distinct in their ultimate objectives and the way that they play. And this is all just one persona. There are 7 in the game. There are so many different strategies, so many different playstyles, so many different synergies that you could find if only you found the persona that matches your playstyle. If you have, if your Oshi is among Phase Origins, I guarantee that if you start deck building, you will find a whole number of ways that you can play through this, that you can play this game, that you can build your deck. It doesn't matter what, even if you aren't like a Phase Connect fan per se, if you just are a TCG fan, you have a specific playstyle. Aggro, aggro, tempo, mid-range, control. I guarantee you will be able to find a persona and a deck that you build for yourself and that will give you one of the most fulfilling experiences that you've had with a TCG. I guarantee it. And the thing, this is above all the reason why I became obsessed with this game. Because it's one thing for someone to make a TCG, and it's like, oh, okay, the gameplay loop is like kind of alright. But this is a TCG where it actually feels exciting to deck build, because these strategies seem viable, and there are so many fucking strategies that you can make. And the deck building restrictions are, well, in my opinion, they're a stroke of genius, because not only do they give you the incentive to rifle through the complete card roster in order to find different synergies and different solutions to the various problems that the decks and the playstyles and their strengths and weaknesses might pose, but it also makes every single time that you discover a new solution or a new synergy feel like you're really making a breakthrough with the game. It makes you innovative. It makes you creative. I would have never thought to turn Tenma into a tempo deck if I wasn't forced to look at how she has a lack of access to hard removal based off her genre and color. It was only because of those two restrictions that I went through the full gallery of cards that Oshi Push has access to, has released, and I stumbled across, oh, okay, maybe soft removal is actually viable and possibly even better than hard removal when it comes to playing Tenma. Same thing when it comes to the discard version of the Tenma control deck. Same thing when it comes to that combo between Clip Out of Context and Mama Cameo. And so, again, if you are a TCG player, if you are a Face Connect fan who happens to be into TCGs, I guarantee that if you were to pick up this game, there are a lot of people who are currently playing it. Well, I'd say there's a decent amount of people that I've played it with personally, and I'm sure that there are more of us as well. But yeah, if you want to pick up the game, I thoroughly recommend it. And yet, because of the fact that this game is so... I really like the way that it's balanced. I really like the way that they've built it so that there are so many different card effects, synergies, and strategies that are currently in there. This has been one of the first TCGs that I played in a while where I'm not only excited for what the deck is, but I'm excited for what the game is, but I'm excited for what the game could become. Because there's so much design space left that the people making Oshi Push haven't explored yet, or haven't utilized yet. And so, one of the other ways in which my fixation on Oshi Push has manifested is in hypothetical cards that I've been theory crafting that I think would be cool to add into the game. Because again, this is only their first expansion. I'm almost certain there will be more at some point down the line. And in light of that, one thing that I wanted to kind of experiment with, if only so that I could better understand the mechanics of the game for myself during deck building, I wanted to theory craft what possible cards added into the game would look like if they were to add in more phase members. And in order to keep the ambitions managed, I considered what cards would be added in if they were to include the oldest but smallest, or second smallest unit that exists in Phase. Phase Invader's Wish. What would cards reflecting Phase Invader's Wish look like if they were added into Oshi Push? I wanted these cards to be thematically reflective of, each of the individual talents: Dizzy, Ember, Lumi, Jelly. I wanted them to reflect some meme or part of their brand or part of their, creator identity. I wanted the mechanics to be something that was at least a little novel. when it comes to the various things that Oshi Push has put onto its cards, while also making each card a reference, ideally, or at least one card per talent, a reference to something specific about their content, even in the form of a specific stream, clip, or tweet. Billy, thank you for the 5. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Feet to you too, good sir. And so, for each of these talents, what I did was I chose to try and design one Persona exclusive card and one Persona synergy card. One card that had an effect that was powerful but was gatekept by the fact that it could only be played by one specific Persona, and the other where it had an effect that was generic, could be played by any Persona, but had a bonus effect depending on whether you were playing a specific Persona. And so, we start off with Dizzy. The card that I came up with for Dizzy was, well, first, obviously, I need to figure out what color and what genre each of these content creators, each of Faye's wish was going to be. And for Dizzy, I was talking to Mornington about this, and he came up with the suggestion that she would probably be creative and green. Green because Dizzy is a pretty resourceful person. She has a background in resource management when it comes to VTubing. I think that's pretty fair to say. And also because her content tends to be very creative in terms of... I mean, she's one of the pillars of her brand are the oddly specific ASMR scenarios that she has made in the past. But as a result, in line with these two stipulations, one of the first cards that I came up with was a purple creative content card called Skinwalking. Cost 3 bits, influence 2, play only if your persona is Dizzy Dokuro. Your deck may include one additional creative and or green action card that is exclusive to another persona. A card is exclusive if it has the clause play only if your persona is. Number of reasons as to why I came up with this. First, thematically, Skinwalking, it matches up with Dizzy's lore. She is a parasite looking for a host. Second, it is basically inspired by a bit that she did. I think, if I remember correctly, 2 years ago, where she was rifling through the old assets that FaZe had, and she was rifling through the old assets that FaZe had, and she pulled out Leah's old model, and she started wearing it on stream as a bit. The second thing is, well, that's the most obvious reason as to why this is there. The second reason thematically is because even if a parasite were to take over a host, yes, it would probably be able to imitate the actions of the person that it has taken over, but it wouldn't be able to replicate their personality. And because content is derived from a creator's personality, that's why I chose to restrict it to only including one additional action card that is exclusive to another persona, not another content card that is exclusive to another persona. However, on top of that, from a gameplay perspective, what this does is it introduces an element of allowing you to trade off in-game advantage for deck building, for a deck building advantage. This is similar to something that, for example, card games like Hearthstone have implemented, where they've included cards that aren't that impressive when you actually play them in the middle of a game, but they allow you to gain access to a wider variety of cards during deck building. So what this does is for each instance of Skinwalking that you include in your deck, you get to include one additional action card that is exclusive to another persona, opening up a variety of new strategies or new synergies based off of which action card you want to include. However, if you want a consistency in drawing those action cards to actually play, you also need to risk consistently drawing Skinwalking itself, which as a content card is not very impressive in terms of stats for the cost. 3 bits for only 2 influence with no additional in-game effect is not that strong. However, if you are able to gain the action if you're able, I think it's a worthy drawback to balance the fact that you are now able to access action cards that most other personas would not be able to. You're going to be able to access action cards and therefore synergies and strategies, a wider range of synergies and strategies that most other personas are not able to access. Also, on a thematic level, the way that this ends up influencing the deck is it gives you more options, right? Allows you to branch out into more things, be more flexible. And I think that when you consider Dizzy as a content creator, in terms of how her career has progressed, the fact that this card breaks some of the rules of breaks and bends some of the fundamental deck building rules of the game, I think it would be something that kind of reflects how Dizzy as a talent breaks a lot of the unspoken rules that we've built up around VTubing, such as, for example, the idea that someone can be simultaneously a talent and a manager, and not just competent, but excel at both, which is, again, it sounds pretty, well, it doesn't sound like much, but at least to me, and I feel like quite a number of other people as well, Dizzy is in many ways an exception to a lot of rules that we conventionally assume about VTubing. And so yeah, I like the idea from a game perspective. It would be a pain because you'd have to show your opponent your deck before a match. Yeah, I could see why that would be. I could see why that would be a pain. And again, this is just speculative mechanic, right? I think that this would work in a competitive scenario if you were to ever have tournaments, because in tournaments you'd probably need to show off your deck anyways, just to make sure you have a valid deck that you're entering into the tournament before you start playing. So I don't think this would make too much of a difference in competitive play of Oshi Push. But yeah, I definitely see what you mean when it comes to casual play. And so, the second version, though, this is something that's a bit more, a bit easier to include even in casual gameplay, is a green experience action card called I Know Your Scent, which for 2 bits states, until the start of the next refresh phase, your opponent's action cards cost 1 more. If your persona is Dizzy Dokuro, they cost 2 more instead. Pretty simple taxing effect, similar to Math Stream, except it's temporary, where you play it at the cost of 2 bits, and then it's this tax that lingers for the next turn or the next few turns or so until the next round begins. And this was entirely inspired by by a tweet that Ember made about a month ago that said, quote, Dizzy just uttered something terrifying. She said she knows my body scent well enough to be able to pick out perfumes for me. And essentially, the way that works thematically is, if somebody walking up to you and telling you, I know how you smell, probably is going to make you, it's going to give you a little bit of fear, right? A little bit of nervousness, unease, little bit of a scare. And when you're scared, actions tend to become more difficult. Hence the 1 cost tax or 2 cost tax if the person playing it is repping Dizzy. Pretty self-explanatory. Simple card. I'd say it's pretty strong. But in any case, if Oshi Push is thinking of adding in more tax effects, I could see something like this being implemented. Then, onto Lumi. Lumi, I feel, would be probably more of a purple experience type content creator. And I mean that because watching Lumi's streams is an experience in and of themselves. She ranges between a whole bunch of different things, karaokes, zatsus, gameplays, but I wouldn't really define her with any one of those 3. And overall, just the thing, when I watch Lumi's streams, how do I phrase this? Lumi is hands down one of the most oppressively feminine content creators I have ever had the mixed pleasure of viewing. because there will be times when whatever she's doing or saying in the stream makes me want to mute the tab. But you just can't look away. And so for that reason, I think experience is a pretty accurate way of summing up her content. But also I say purple because Lumi seems like the kind of, well, at least her her on-stream persona seems like the kind who really wants to be in control of everything, wants to possess, total informational awareness of everything around her while maintaining opaqueness in return, etc., etc. And as a result, I think purple would be the color that would best describe her and a playstyle that reflects what she does. And so in that vein, the first card that I came up with was a red experience content card called Lemon Heist that costs 7 bits, has 9 influence. You can only play it if your persona is Kaneko Lumi, but it has the effect of activate, pay X number of bits. You get to, and in return for paying that cost and activating that ability, you get to play 1 content card from your opponent's trash with X cost for free. It goes back into its owner's trash when deleted. This is basically inspired by 2 things. One, Lumi's brand, well, at least the official brand, where lore-wise she's supposed to be, Space's greatest thief, right? She steals things. You have the whole lemon thief, whatever. But also how Lumi has kind of adopted like a homeless aesthetic, sometimes just in the kind of homeless aura when it comes to her adoption of a girl failure aesthetic for some of her models, specifically the stained t-shirt model, stained t-shirt cat Lumi model that she's used for, especially for this stream that she did, the sad video where a guy rescues a poor creature off the street where she LARPed as an abandoned kitten. And, she strikes me as somebody who would be willing to rifle through the trash in order to get something that she wants. And so this is pretty self-explanatory. That's what the effect is supposed to be, again, etc., etc. The second one is, and this is more based off of the general vibe of her streams and her on-stream personality rather than any one specific bit of content. Second one is a purple Zatsudan action card called Rage Bait. For only 2 bits and restricted to only being played during a clash, your opponent moves their persona to the same platform as yours. However, if your persona is Kaneko Lumi, she then gains an extra 5 influence this clash. Yeah, this is the rage bait portion of the GFE that Lumi offers as a passive bonus in her her normal content. Essentially, this is pretty simple, right? When you rage bait somebody, chances are they're going to try to confront you. This, you force them to move to the same platform as you as a way of sort of metaphorically reflecting that in the game state. Then, obviously, because this is Lumi's specialty, this is her forte. This is what she's basically got it narrowed down to an art form. Then, if obviously, if your persona is Lumi, then she gains an extra bonus that makes her more likely to win the clash in light of that rage baiting. Basically, pretty self-explanatory, pretty self-contained. I think this is an effect that I could definitely see being added into Oshi Push at some point. But yeah, then we move on to Jelly. Now, when I think Jelly, I think red, and the thing that I associate with Jelly is usually her Let's Plays. Usually the streams where she's just sitting down and playing a game, some autist game or whatever. And the reason why I associate red is because there is a lot of Jelly is very chill usually, but she has the ability to really unleash the rage, so to speak. And so I think poggers and red makes the most sense for her. Also, I had to cross-reference all of these genre color combinations with what Oshi Push already has in order to avoid doubling up. So for all of these, I've already pre-screened them to make sure that they don't double up with any existing combinations that the personas currently released by Oshi Push have. The first card that I thought to create for Jelly was a red creative action card called A Meme is Born. For 4 bits, and you can only play this during the content phase, after you play your next action card, return it from your trash to the same platform as your persona. It becomes a content card with influence equal to its cost, but has no effects while in play. However, if your persona is Jelly Hoshiyumi, you may instead choose to return it to your hand. Basically, the way that this works is pretty simple. The way that memes usually work, right, is, you know, somebody tells a joke, it's funny, and then because of that, people keep telling the joke over and over. It becomes this thing that keeps going on and on as a form of recurring content. After the first time, it doesn't really keep the thing that makes it distinctive or special, hence why, even though the action card became a content card, like, again, the meme became something that sticks around, something that becomes semi-permanent, right? So action card becomes content card to reflect how memes transition into being ongoing content rather than just a one-off joke. However, it also loses its effect. So again, similar to how when you tell a joke too often, you become more and more numb to the thing that made it funny in the first place. However, when it comes to Jelly, the benefit is that she has the option of retaining its effect and reusing it in the future, except it's still funny. Basically, how memes that emerge around the content creator, usually their audiences have a tendency to run them into the ground, but the content creator themselves can occasionally revive them in order to make them breathe new life into them or whatever. And this is basically reflective of how the Star Knights in particular are pretty prolific when it comes to taking one thing that Jelly does and turning it into this ongoing joke that spans weeks, sometimes months. For example, the smoking thing that popped up last year, and perhaps more recently. Well, I mean, this clip speaks for itself, right? Someone made an entire 15-minute clip full of Jelly saying that she wants to Endma. So, if you're curious, by the way, this clip is exactly what it says on the tin. Jelly Hoshiyumi being Jerry Seidel for 15 minutes. I recommend giving it a watch. It is, again, it is exactly what it says it is, but it is immensely funny regardless. However, I think that this would be a pretty interesting mechanic to add into the game, purely because it adds more synergy to the red content cards that have dominating clauses, because this is an action card that gives you the ability to create more content cards that you can essentially attach to a platform in order to start dominating it. But also it provides a sort of thematic way of adding memes into Oshi Push, I suppose. The second card that I came up with for Jelly, and this is pretty self-explanatory in terms of how it ties in with her brand. Awawa Awawa. A purple Poggers content card. Now that's a sentence. That costs 5, has 2 influence, and you can only play it if your persona is Jelly Hoshiyumi. That says, when played, all opposing content cards on this platform have their influence set to 2 this clash. At the start of your refresh phase, if you are dominating this platform, you may return this card to your hand. Basically inspired by the meme that Jelly's fanbase, that the Star Knights are a cult, right? And as a result, when you are a cult, your objective is twofold: domination and indoctrination. That's what this card basically attempts to reflect in the way that it affects the influence offered by the opposing content cards played by your opponent on the same platform. This is a card that, even though it costs 5, only has 2 influence, but it offsets that disadvantage of being poor influence for bit value, being poor influence for bit value, by essentially debuffing all of your opponent's content cards so that they become exact copies of this in terms of how much influence they provide. And then if you are dominating the platform, you get the option of returning this content card back to your hand, where you then get to replay its effect all over again. Basically how every time Jerry starts saying awawa, 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 everyone else starts saying the same thing as well, right? Join the jolt. Exactly, Simonite. Exactly. And then finally, Ember. First one, pretty simple. Friendly Fire. A red Poggers action card that costs 2 that you can only play during a clash, and says that your persona loses 3 influence this clash. One content card of your choice gains +5 influence this clash. If your persona is Ember Amane, it gains +7 influence instead. Now, Ember, when I think about her identity as it would be expressed in terms of genre and color, red, that's pretty obvious, right? She's a fire starter, you know. That's her brand. Her her latest outfit has a lot of red in it, and also experience, because actually I'd put her on the opposite end of the spectrum close to the opposite end of the spectrum from Lumi, where watching Ember is an experience that is very, well, at least I find to be very relaxing, very calming, very something that very much puts me at ease, rather than feeling like the psychological equivalent of, well, the entertainment equivalent, I should say, of engagement baiting. But essentially, the reason why, basically the rationale is, this is the equivalent of allowing yourself to be the butt of the joke so that the content becomes better. And one thing that I've noticed when it comes to Ember's performance in collabs and in content is she is really, really good at light ribbing with other talents, taking turns, being the butt of the joke, making jokes at her own expense, or having jokes made at her expense without it feeling malicious, and also, being very good at sort of taking it on the chin, running with it, improvising based off of it, etc., etc. So, ironically, funnily enough, there is a very entertaining genre of Eber-related content is when other talents end up roasting Eber for something. And I mean, it's fun, it's low stakes. But that's why in this particular effect, your persona is losing influence in return for one of your content cards getting a bigger boost of influence. And also, again, hence why Ember gets a bigger bonus than any other persona does from the same effect. The second card, though, is based off of something a little bit more specific. A purple experience action card called Controlled Demolition. Cost 5 bits. Play only if your persona is Ember Amane. And the effect reads: delete a friendly content card that costs 3 or less. You may move a friendly Oshi mark from another platform to this one. Now, what this essentially does is it usually cards that allow you to move Oshi marks from different platforms to other ones. It allows you to essentially snipe platforms in a way that surprises your opponent, because you might win a clash on a platform, get just under the threshold, and then play an action card that steals an additional Oshi mark from another platform that you have an Oshi mark on, and then result in you capturing the platform without your opponent expecting it. And this is inspired by an incident where Ember managed to break her chair in April earlier this year by just sitting on it. So this tweet that she sent out saying, "My chair broke, I sat on it, I heard a loud hissing noise, and now it won't go up or down." And basically, she talks about it in a later stream that she does, I believe, I think a few weeks after this, titled I Missed Ya, where around 37 minutes 7 seconds she starts talking about the instance where her chair broke, and the way that she describes it is, quote, "It sounded like something blew up, hence why the name Controlled Demolition." Also, because controlled demolitions are usually done via explosives, and when people think of explosives, they associate it with fire or flames. And also, the effect, delete a content card that costs 3 or less. Basically reflects you like breaking a chair or something. Not that expensive, but, you know, a sacrifice that is probably worth it in order to capture a platform, etc., etc. The way that I imagine the art for this is probably like, you know, playing off of the joke that Ember has a gigantic ass, so to speak. But I thought this was a funny bit when it first came up. But do not let her bounce on it. On the contrary, no, I won't go on with that sentence. But in any case, I think that this should be a pretty balanced effect overall. Oshi Push does currently have cards that that allow you to move Oshi marks between platforms, but those cards usually cost 4 or more. So I think this is pretty in line with what is already there. But it adds in a new sort of trade-off that you can pursue in order to use the effect. However, so far... Oh yeah, she broke her own toilet as well. That's true. I forgot about that. So this is all of the possible cards that I wanted to try theorycrafting for the sake of, theorizing what invader-specific cards, wish-specific cards would look like if they were to be added into the game as personas. However, that wasn't it, because I also got the idea of seeing what potential independent cards would look like. Cards that have independent synergies, or cards that are not tied to any specific talent or even any specific corporation, but just tied to VTubing as a whole. And so I came up with, again, 3 more cards, this time all that stem around resource generation of some specific, some variety. Because again, Tenma player, Tenma's green. Green is the, I suppose, the color that I'm perhaps most comfortable strategizing with. The first is, surprise, Akasupa. A green Poggers action card that costs 1, but which you can only play during the content phase. Your persona loses 4 influence this clash, but you gain 2 bits. If your persona is on an independent platform, gain 4 bits instead. So a little bit more independent platform synergy. But the rationale behind this, the reason why I wanted to add in the -4 influence this clash is not just to add a little bit of a balancing factor to net 3 bits, which is pretty massive considering what's currently in the game, and also gaining bits being a premium effect, but also because, generally speaking, Akasupas, so it has 2 different functions. One, thematic. When a creator gets an Akasupa that's either a surprising amount or it's something that, you know, takes them off guard, it has the tendency to kind of derail the stream a little bit occasionally, where, again, the persona, hence why the persona ends up losing the influence, not a specific content card. But the other thing is, as a persona, as a content creator becomes more comfortable, more experienced, as they build up more content on a platform, they tend to be less susceptible to having the stream derailed by Akasupas. And as a result, it basically reflects how this is an offsetting debuff that becomes easier and easier to ignore the more content you have already established on a platform, and also the more upgraded your persona is. -4 is a debuff that is perfectly negated by the upgrade bonuses that every persona, that every tier 2 or tier 3 upgrade persona upgrade card has. So this is why I chose to implement this specific counterbalance. Also, cost 1, because the Aka Super doesn't really cost the streamer anything besides the time it takes to read it out loud and thank the person who sends it. So in that regard, I like this card purely for flavor reasons. However, there are 2 other cards that are perhaps based off of more recent events happening throughout different portions of the VTubing space. The first is Go Public, a green experience action card that costs 8 bits that you can only play during the content phase, and that reads, delete all friendly content cards that aren't on independent platforms and set your persona's influence to 0 this clash. You gain 13 bits at the start of the next refresh phase. Now, I base this off of a number of things. First, the effect of deleting all content cards that aren't independent and also setting your persona to 0 influence during this clash I think is pretty self-explanatory, right? Basically, it reflects how usually when a company goes public, when it's acquired by a bigger company, the consensus is that at least in the short term, there will be some difficulties that either make it more difficult to create content, will result in the deletion of existing content, or it will make it more difficult for content creators to do their thing because they may find the adjustment to be difficult to navigate. However, there is also a very specific reason why I have chosen 8 as the cost and 13 as the number of bits that you gain. First, 5 net bits is what I feel would be the upper ceiling of how many net positive bits you should be able to gain with a single card, because even though it is expensive, this requires you to invest 8 bits in order to get that net 5. It's still 5 bits net positive is still a lot. And that's also the reason why I didn't make it immediate that you gain net 5, but you had to wait until your next refresh phase, therefore making you vulnerable during the next clash where you have no content and you have no influence on your persona either. So your opponent, if they have a way of essentially winning clashes on multiple platforms, you are completely at their mercy during that period. That's the trade-off. However, the other reason why I chose 8 and 13 is because this is at least in part based off of what Pippa has talked about when it comes to the possibility of FaZe going public in the future. Specifically, what she said was if FaZe goes public, she's just going to leave the company. And I suspect that a lot of other talents at FaZe, especially the larger ones, would share the same sentiment. And so, the reason why I chose 8 is because in a hypothetical scenario where Sakana does end up selling off FaZe to somebody else, 8 is a number that in Chinese culture signifies good fortune, whereas 13 in the West is a number that signifies bad luck. And so combining those two together, if FaZe were to go public, it would probably be a windfall for Sakana. It would probably be very great fortune for Sakana, because I'm pretty sure he could fetch quite a bit of money for FaZe and its brand that it has built up for itself over the years. But it would be a tragedy, a great misfortune for everybody here on the predominantly Western side of FaZe's audience. Also the talents as well. Hence why 8 cost 13 bits. Bit of a bittersweet benefit. It is a tangible benefit, but it is a tangible benefit that is symbolically tainted in that way. The second card, though, similar vein, but a bit more straightforward in terms of what it represents, is a green creative action card called Sellout. Costs 3 bits, And then it states, until the next refresh phase, whenever a player would gain any number of bits, their persona loses that much influence instead. Pretty straightforward. It's a way of switching off personas that gain additional bits in the middle of a round. By, again, pretty thematic, if you sell out, right, yes, you get more money, but, well, you would get more money, but it ends up compromising your ability to influence your audience instead. It's a trade-off. And so sellout is designed to impose that trade-off onto your opponent. Technically, it is a symmetrical effect because it says whenever a player, not just whenever an opponent. But functionally, I can see this card being kind of oppressive, kind of broken, because any player who ends up including it in their deck would probably do so with the intention of building the rest of their deck so that they aren't really affected by this effect. Sell out. The image of the card should be a certain pink rabbit besides Pippa. I feel like it wouldn't be too hard for them to. I feel like they could just get a picture of any VTuber plus a BetterHelp logo in the background or something similar. But yeah, in any case. But again, the reason why I bring up these cards, not just because I enjoy theory crafting and I wanted to sort of nerd out about it with you guys, but also because I haven't been this motivated to think about a TCG enough to the point where I get the urge to design new cards, to explore new gameplay patterns or design space for it in a long time. And Oshi Push is at that stage where it's new enough that there's still plenty of design space that feels like it can be explored. But it is solid in its design to the point where I feel invested enough into it to get to this point in the first place. And so, when it comes to Oshi Push, if you do want to play the game, it's not out in retail stores yet, I believe. However, if you want to play the game for free, you can play it through Tabletop Simulator. Go to Steam, download Tabletop, you search up Oshi Push in Tabletop Workshop, you will get access to 2 mods. First, Oshi Push Debut Edition, 2 players by Vise and Chill. This is the version that most people would use in order to play multiplayer. But also there's another version called Oshi Manager Pitch Deck by Hiro Urbano, who was made by Hiro Urbano, who was in chat earlier. And this is the version that has all of the cards that Oshi Push has ever released. And this is the mod that I would advise to use to actually build your decks, save them as an object, and therefore cart them into the actual gameplay mod so that you can use them against other players and when you're feeling like just getting a game in or whatever. So, if I've managed to convince you through my rambling and through my autism to give this game a shot, I highly recommend doing so here. Good thing about this mod in particular is that it comes pre-prepared with 2 starter decks that Oshi Push released alongside with its first set of cards. And so, if you want to get the hang of what playing the game is like with a friend, I highly recommend using this mod just to get a feel for it, and then using this mod later on when you want to give building your own deck a try. In fact, when it comes to learning the game, I actually recommend Hiro Urbano's mod more than the actual Oshi Push website, because they haven't updated the website yet to include all of the cards that they've released as of right now. There were a few cards throughout this stream where I had to go over to Hiro's mod, screenshot them, and then cut them out so that I could use them in the slides. However, again, if this is a TCG that sounds appealing to you, if you are a Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic refugee, you're sick of OTKs, you're sick of losing turn 1, you're sick of gameplay patterns where you don't feel like you get to do anything while your opponent gets to pop off, this is a game that I really do feel like I'm being very, very serious about this. This is a game that I 100% recommend at least giving a try. Because who knows? This might be the new sensation. This might be a refreshing break from all of that, all that gunk, all that power creep, and maybe a new TCG home for you as well. But that's all I have to say about Oshi Push. Actually, hold on, Kara. When was our when did we schedule the collab? It should be later. It should be next week, right? So, I'm also planning on giving Rift Runners a shot next week, where I'll be doing a collab with Kara so that I can learn how to play the game after playing a few games of Oshi Push. But yeah, Rift Runners is the other VTuber TCG that I've been keeping an eye on and being really keen to learn, because a lot of people have been praising the way that it's been put together as well. So I'm very keen to give that a shot, very keen to learn that as well, and maybe seeing how it compares to Oshi Push. But for now, Oshi Push is hands down my favorite. I would even go so far as to say my favorite TCG right now. Definitely my favorite VTuber TCG, but that's not saying much considering that my prior experience was V-Card. So after I give Rift Runners a go, then we actually have 3 TCGs that I can compare and contrast to really see which one is the which one I vibe with the most. But for now, Oshi Push has my ticket. Oshi Push has my ticket. You switch to Footstools now? Indeed. Oh, I'll be going now. You noting about Oshi Push almost like a lullaby. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Except the parts where you made the blue deck. That made my blood boil. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that in my own way. I hope you enjoy. The way that you phrased that made it sound like you were about to go sleep or something. So I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Hero is awesome for that. Otherwise, no one. Yeah. I agree. This is the Hero is unironically the reason why I was able to get as deep into Oshi Push as I have. Because without this mod, I would not have been able to really lean into my deck building, really being able to scratch my deck building itch. And that is half of the reason why I find card games to be worth playing in the first place. Cardfight Vanguard is kind of alright, minus the one card that gives you 1,000,000 power. Huh, interesting. Alright. I mean, I'm more than down to make this a little side quest where I just try to learn every VTuber TCG out there. I mean, after I get Rift Runners under my belt, that'll be 3. The only other one I know of is Merryweather's one, V Royale, I believe. And then after that, Hololive's TCG, see how that plays. But yeah, I enjoy this. I've enjoyed this very much. Master N, not to worry. I'm going to watch the VOD anyways, so that should be fine. The only thing I don't like about Oshi Push from what I've seen so far is the overall visual design of the cards. Maybe it's nitpicky, but it doesn't seem shiny enough. Oh, the cards that I showed off were mostly just previews from either pulled from the website or pulled from the mod. The actual cards that are going into retail, the Kickstarter rewards and the promo cards, I'm pretty sure they're going to be a little different. So, yeah. July 11 is the next week. Yes. That is when I will be collabing with oh no, July 10th. That's when I'm going to be collabing with Kara next week. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to wrap this stream up early so I can get back to working on some other things behind the scenes. But for those who are interested in more Oshi Push, Morlington is currently doing a subathon throughout the rest of this month where he is fundraising for an Oshi Push tournament that he plans to run next month, I believe. And if you are interested in more Oshi Push, I thoroughly recommend checking out Morlington and his channel, because he's been on a quest to raise up as many, well, I was always tempted to use the word groom, as many competitive Oshi Push players so that he can have a stone to grind his, a stone to hone his edge upon. So if that is something that interests you, I highly recommend going to check it out. I do have, like I said, that collab with Kara on his channel next week, where I will be playing Oshi Push as well as learning Rift Runners on July 10th. And as for next week's stream, well, next week we are going to be discussing, as was decided on in the last topic poll that we did in the community tab, we're going to be talking about the recent VShojo graduation/terminations, and a fascinating phenomenon with VShojo specifically, where the longer they exist as this sort of middle finger to traditional corpus structure, the better of a case study they tend to become as to why traditional corpos have the structures that they do. But, again, that's a talk that's better saved for next week. And, hold on, let me switch over to the headhort screen while I look for somebody to raid. Man, I want to see... I would be curious to see who ends up joining the tournament. If it is open... Because he did say that it was a phase clipper tournament, so I'm not a phase clipper. But if I am permitted to join, I would if I am permitted to join if it is within the restrictions. But we shall see, we shall see. I'm also very hyped to see how that tournament goes, because I really want Oshi Push to take off, man. I really want the game to become a thing. I would very much like to be able to play it more often, and especially see how it plays competitively. That would be great as well. Unfortunately, my browser is stuck, so I'm currently in the middle of waiting for it to unstick itself so that I can send you guys off to a raid. Okay, there we go. It's back. It's back. We could raid the Niana concert. That is true. That is true. Shortest stream ever. Yeah, it's a bit more chill. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me... You would make people cry. Like I said, I don't know how competitive the deck is. I have playtested it a little bit, but not as much as I would like. So I'm not sure how competitively viable either of the three archetypes that I showed you guys would be, but I am curious to see how they would match up in a competitive environment. They would most certainly be aids. Some of them, at least. Some more than others, but yeah. Alright, hold on, let's see who's live. Alright, I'm going to send you guys over to Niana's concert. How far in are they? Does anyone know? I'd love to see how it turns out. I would also love to see how it turns out. Oh, Jerry's singing? Alright, okay. I'm sending you guys off to the concert then. Alright, let me save the redirect. And it's locked in. Alright. I'll be shipping you guys off to the concert. I don't think I need to tell you this, but behave yourselves. I'm sure you will. And I'll be hopping over there myself in a bit to enjoy it, as well as probably tuning into the VOD for the bits I missed. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the concert. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching me spurg out a little bit about this game. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.